a nice setup, so I don't know who did this layout, but I want to thank everybody, and for wearing the mask, and for social distancing, and for coming together the first time in almost a year. That's crazy. So maybe, as my cup says, the good old days are still to come. So I'll keep that out. Welcome. Happy New Year. We meet every year for our strategic planning workshop. We use the Beaufort County Channel to broadcast this out to people who are not able to come. And this year, unfortunately, we are not allowing a lot of people in that usually sit around this table. So I want to welcome everybody. All of council is here. All of our directors, our town manager and interim, our Mark and our interim town manager are here. And maybe if you could just quickly state your name, so if Scott Grooms gets you on camera, they'll know who you are. I'll start right here with Brian.
Brian Hackley, I'm the Director of Engineering with the Council. Kenneth Frazier, Chief of Technical Services at Beaufort Jasper.
Rebecca Bowyer, Director of Engineering at Beaufort Jasper.
Thank you.
Sarah Winkelmeyer, Deputy General Manager at Beaufort Jasper.
Michael Bell, Town of Buckland Representative on the Beaufort Jasper Water Sewer Authority, and Chairman of the Board.
Heather Foley, Director of Growth Management. Kim Shopner, Town Clerk. Lisa Cunningham, Clerk Report.
Chris Forster, Director of Finance.
David Dallins, VP of the Don Ryan Center of Innovation.
Catherine Robinson, Human Resources Director.
Stephanie Price, Police Chief.
Were you able to pick up the volume with them? Okay. So when y'all are talking, maybe a little bit louder, because we want to make sure that it can be picked up on the county channel.
Yeah, we do have mics in the Senate too as well.
Oh, and we have mics. Great. Mr. Hamilton, tell everybody who you are.
Fred Hamilton.
Lisa Salka.
Bridget Frazier.
Larry Toomer.
Dan Wood. Scott Marshall, Interim Town Manager. Terry Finger.
Mark Orlando.
And Lindsay Hauseman, who didn't. So this would be good, y'all, when you talk, just try to get your microphone from close. So I'm going to turn it over to Scott. And Scott, when you are in the process of your comments, would you give us all a time of maybe lunch? Just so if people have to return phone calls or all about on their day. And then I'm sure we'll have a little break in between. But would you kind of give us that ballpark of where we'll be?
Yes, ma'am, I'd be glad to do that. Let me just give you an overview of what we're trying to accomplish today. Good morning, mayors, council, staff, and our invited guests. This is our first meeting of council where we've all been in the same room together in nearly a year. It's really good to see everybody. You can't see quite everything of everybody because of our mask, but it's good to see everybody in the same room. You might notice that we're spread out and there are far fewer people in here than we normally have during our strategic planning workshop. As a precaution, except for eating or drinking, I'd like to remind everyone, please, to keep your mask on and be mindful of others and social distance throughout the day as you can. Though members of the public are not able to be in this room with us today due to COVID, we are broadcasting live on the county channel, and we're also streaming live on the town's Facebook page. We provided the opportunity for public comment to be submitted to the town clerk. However, we have received no public comment to read this morning. At the request of the mayor and Mark Orlando, representatives from Beaufort County and Beaufort Jasper Water Sewer Authority were invited to participate with us, and we're glad to have with us this morning Sarah, Michael, Kenneth, and Becca. Thank you for being here. Their cooperation and their contributions are important to several priorities already identified by town council. For example, we need to have deeper discussions about water quality problems like the Stony Crest area, because contaminants don't recognize boundaries on a map. They go where the water flows. As we get started, I want to say how honored I am to council to have the opportunity to serve as your interim town manager and help with this process. I worked closely with Mark for the last 5 years to align the action agenda with the budget through strategic planning, and I look forward to continuing the process this year. But I can tell you, I'm not looking forward to doing it without Mark. My job for the time being, as I see it, is to be sure we stay on track with our action agenda and that we adopt our FY22 budget. My promise to you is that the next Bluffton town manager, whether it's me or someone else, will be clear on your priorities and we'll have the resources to accomplish them. With that said, I think our goal today is pretty simple. This is the in-between year where we check in to be sure we're on track with our strategic plan. We want to provide staff a chance to update you with the progress being made on the items you identified in your FY 21-22 strategic plan, and we also want to give you a chance to discuss any new priorities. That will take place in the afternoon on item 4 of your action agenda, which, if we stay on track, should follow lunch. There are no times specifically put on this action agenda on purpose, because some discussions take longer than others depending on the item we're talking about. The strategic plan, and especially the action agenda, is truly a living document. The action agenda now lives online on our website for anybody to see, and we'll also keep it displayed throughout the workshop today for reference. To get us started, as is the helpful pattern that Mark established in previous years, I'd like to take you quickly through a by-the-numbers type of presentation for where we are in Bluffton.
Scott, let me just go to public comment. Are you going on to number 4?
We are not quite to number 4 yet.
Okay,
No, ma'am.
okay, sorry.
We have no public comment this
Well,
morning.
I just wanted to do it for the record.
Yes,
But
ma'am,
are
thank
we
you.
at public comment right now?
We are at public comment,
Let me
yes, ma'am.
just jump in.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to keep it. Kim, we are at public comment. Do we have any public comment? We have asked for public comment to come in on electronic means, and we are doing that as well on town council meetings. But on town council meetings, we're actually pulling the people in on our Zoom room, and then they're able to speak their public comment themselves. But there is no public comment.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you.
So we are still at about 54 square miles. As you know, we are highly structured in terms of our land mass being 92% planned within PUDs and development agreements. And of that 92% area, we are 46% built out. Estimated population, Southern Beaufort County has increased 5.79% since 2015, with the majority of that being in Bluffton, as you can see by the numbers that follow. Our estimated population in Bluffton right now is well over 25,000, probably closer to 26 or 27 by the time we get the census numbers in, which is quite an increase, over 50% since 2015. Our median age has also crept up a little bit to a little over 37.5 years old. Our median per capita income now is at $38,778, which is a 38% increase since 2015. And our household income median is $82,000 now, which is roughly over 28% increase since 2015. Remember those numbers. Median rent, $1,747, which is over a 28% increase since 2015. Median home value is up 36.72% since 2015. If you go back and compare that with the rise in income, you can see that the rise in the value of our property is outstripping the rise in income, which speaks to your priority of needing affordable and workforce housing. That speaks for itself. This is an indicator of how busy the town is, and you can see even in a year that was marked with our pandemic, we still issued 638 permits for single-family residences this year. The value of construction, though the number of permits is down, the value of the construction is up, which is consistent with the numbers we just saw previously. We've had no permits issued for multifamily units this year. The commercial square footage chart is also pretty telling. Our commercial square footage is down from 2019 from 367,000 to 304,000. And the value is down consistently with that. As you can see by the numbers we just showed you, staff productivity remains high. The business of the town goes on, even during a pandemic. We're able to remain productive because of the quick and wise decisions made by this council early on, which included a small business resiliency plan and several key decisions made through a series of emergency ordinances. Because of your leadership and that of Town Manager Mark Orlando, we were able to carry on the business of the people electronically versus in person, which includes public meetings and telework policies. We adopted a very robust action agenda last year, and as Mark might say, staff has continued to score goals and make it rain. That's because in addition to great leadership, we're blessed with a very talented staff. A staff who, since adoption of our action agenda last spring, has, among other things, introduced multiple code edits, pursued affordable housing initiatives to include contracting for the development of affordable and workforce housing on 3 town-owned properties, completed or initiated well over a dozen capital projects, hired a new police chief who is reviewing policy and already making policy changes resulting in safer conditions for our officers and the public, stood up a law enforcement citizens advisory committee, moved our Don Ryan Center for Innovation into their permanent home at Buckwalter Place, refunded a general obligation bond which saves the town $690,000 over the life of the bond, adopted a new employee policy manual, continued to develop interns through summer and winter break programs despite being in a COVID environment, and overcame multiple cyber attacks. In a few minutes, I'm going to stop talking for a while, and I'm going to let you hear from some of our senior staff on the action agenda items and topics of interest under their particular purview. We thought this might be more productive than going through the action agenda line by line. Around the noon hour, we'll have lunch brought in, and we can either continue working while we take a short, or we can eat while we take a short break, or continue working, whatever feels right at the time. Following senior staff presentations, there's an item on the agenda for council to discuss strategic priorities. That is item number 5 on your agenda. This is meant to be an opportunity for open discussion of topic areas of interest to council. In the left pocket of your binder, I've included a handout which contains a list of possible discussion items if needed. And then before we adjourn for the day, we'll take a look at our FY22 budget calendar. Are there any questions before we start with staff presentations?
Any questions? Great.
Okay, Heather, would you like to lead us off, please?
Let me, real quick, is she okay at her?
Yeah, she's fine. She's got a mic, they've got a mic, and then we've got wireless in the middle that we can
Okay.
hand around if needed.
Good.
Okay, I'll try to be really loud.
Yeah, and then try to be a tiny bit louder than you normally are.
Just wanted to highlight some of the things, and obviously can answer any questions you have on the strategic plan action agenda items related to growth management. In your packet, you do have a memo that outlines several of the UDO, well, all of the UDO and code amendment changes. As everyone knows, the UDO, our Unified Development Ordinance, as well as associated code amendments. These different items appear throughout the strategic action plan and are referenced in that document. Just to kind of highlight and go through some of them, one was the calibration of land uses. So this was looking at all of our defined land uses.
Real quick,
Yes.
Heather, because I'm looking at council for the most part. Are we following you in our binder or in the, is there somewhere we can follow you?
There is a memo in the, let's see, mine's gray. I think yours, I'm not sure in your binder.
What tab would it be? Do you know? Can someone?
The binder, the
Okay,
three-ring
so
binder.
it's tab 7, and that is, that's Heather's tab, okay.
Sorry.
I just didn't want us to be, I was doing the same thing. John? 7. 7, there's a memo from Heather, and it says Strategic Action Plan 2021 and code edits.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
John?
Okay, so, like I said, all of that's cross-referenced as far as the different UDO and code amendments and how they align with the strategic action items that have been approved and we've been working towards completing. The first one was the calibration of land uses. So this is where we went through and we looked at the different land uses and adjusted accordingly based on, business practices we've seen. And this included uses like distilleries, breweries, small manufacturing type uses, as well as the elimination of mini warehouses and self-storage facilities in all districts other than planned developments, as well as looking specifically at short-term rentals. So those amendments have been adopted and we are in the implementation stages of implementing the edits as they pertain to short-term rentals, so that certification process that also goes with that. Also, small cell facilities, those are those wireless boosters, so to speak. Again, in the implementation process of that, we have not seen any applications at this time, but our code is aligned to address that should we receive any requests. Further going through, we've had several amendments related to the historic district, architectural requirements, some things we've seen over the years as far as things that the Historic Preservation Commission have typically received comments for. So go ahead and codify changes such as like specific requirements for shutter dog details and things like that. That also included addressing minimum lot sizes. So we had changed the minimum lot size in the form-based code to require that new subdivided lots be no less than 50 feet in width. So all of that has been adopted and is approved. Also changes to the workforce and affordable housing incentives and requirements. For all new PUDs or amended PUDs, it was increased the minimum amount of affordable housing units from a minimum of 10% to 20%, as well as adjusting the AMI to be 100% to receive eligibility. And all of those have been approved and adopted. Continuing on to the second page, construction site practices and inspections as they relate to just safety measures of keeping everything nice and tidy and secured, and then also when an emergency event occurs. So the securing of construction materials, no removal of trees or vegetation in order for your construction site and things of that nature. So again, that's has been approved. Some others that we are still working on and that will come before you in the next couple months are items related to unsafe uninhabited structures, or what had been called in the past demolition by neglect or proactive preservation. So that is in the process of being drafted and adopted, as well as reduction of building square footage in the historic district, aligning that mass and scale and making sure that it is appropriately sized and required for that historic district, specifically that neighborhood center district. We are also in the process of reviewing, and I believe coming before you the next month, is the Low Country Regional Stormwater Ordinance changes. And that includes obviously lots of changes that were underway with the SoLoco committee and that regional effort, which Brian and engineering have been working on, but also relates to various UDO amendments such as grading and making sure that grading is that grading requirements are included throughout the town. Continuing on to the next page, some other items related to the historic district and contributing structures, going through the requirements in the Unified Development Ordinance as far as what are the eligibility requirements for contributing structures, and then going through the adoption of the actual contributing structures list per town council's direction. So that'll be coming before you next month as well. Other requirements, other UDO amendments that we are working on are related to tree provisions. Again, just making sure that we are aligned as far as a fee in lieu of, the mitigation requirements, specific tree counts, as well as making sure that you are not allowed to use your required buffer areas to count for that minimum tree coverage. So I'm working on drafting that as well. Sign regulations, just to make sure that we are in line with new technologies that have come online, while again meeting that Bluffton character. So looking into that as well. Another one that is before you for second and final reading, or at least anticipated in February, is changes to the flood protection ordinance. And this is to align ourselves with the updated firms or the flood insurance rate maps, and to maintain that eligibility for the citizens in the flood insurance program. So that's a lot of those action items that are in that strategic action plan in one memo outlined as far as working towards completion of those items. So well underway. Another couple that I wanted to highlight is, and this isn't specifically in your binder, but did just want to update everyone on the comprehensive plan. That is an action agenda item. We have just entered into a contract with MKSK and their partners, who include Sotil and Sotil for historic preservation component, Thomas and Hutton for engineering, as well as Kimley Horn for the traffic and transportation engineering portion of that. We just had our kickoff meeting last week, and the next couple of months we will be putting together a working committee, which is primarily staff and representatives from their team, and then also a steering committee that we will be bringing forward to town council for your consideration, of approximately 15 or so representatives across the town that represent either various different communities, neighborhoods, different disciplines, and just to get different perspectives and really work with us throughout the process. One reason MKSK was selected to help us with this task is that they have a lot of experience with public input during a pandemic. So as you know, any comprehensive plan takes a lot of input from the public typically through in-person meetings. However, that's going to be a little bit difficult right now, and challenging, I would say. So they have a lot of experience with surveys and all sorts of other small meetings, online input and things like that. So that is approximately 12-month process to go through the research and drafting stage of it, and we anticipate approximately an 18-month project from start to finish. So, and that is literally just started last week. So we're excited about that. The other item is affordable housing, which are a couple of our items as well. We are working with a public-private partner, potentially, to construct affordable and workforce housing on 3 different town-owned properties. And those include approximately 60 units on 115 Bluffton Road, approximately 8 units on 184 Bluffton Road, and 12 to 14 units on May River Road. So we are working with, again, a potential partner and working on a contract, and that will be coming before town council in the next couple months as well. So again, looking forward to that. 2 other items. One is the Regional Housing Trust. We have been working with the county and our other regional partners with a consultant to come up with a framework of what a regional housing trust would look like. How would it be composed? What would be the financial obligations? How would it work? So we've just started some kickoff meetings with the county as the lead, and right now we are in the data gathering stage of that project. So we are working on getting the consultant information as far as where construction's been occurring, what are the price points, and things like that, so that they can begin their assessment. The other program is the Affordable Housing Committee has been doing a lot of work continuing to implement the Neighborhood Assistance Program and actually expand that Neighborhood Assistance Program to include tree removal. So in the past, where the program would pay for a hole in your roof should a tree go through it, the Affordable Housing Committee and Council, with approval of last year's budget, has been more proactive to say, okay, if there's a dangerous tree, that there would be funds available to mitigate that tree. So that is a change to that program to further expand it. And then the other one I wanted to highlight is annexation policies and educational information and material. That item, what I would suggest, or what I would ask as part of the comprehensive plan, to see what information comes out of that. You know, that may change based on future land use map and just things of that nature. But again, we had made changes to that annexation manual to include that initial step, which we did here at last month's town council meeting. So again, are working towards continuing to improve that program. And again, as a lot of other things will come out of that comprehensive plan, I expect some more changes and implementation strategies related to that item. So those were the ones that I wanted to highlight. If you had any other questions about specific items, I'm happy to answer or go into any more detail about any of those items.
Any questions at council to go into any more detail, to elaborate on anything she talked about? I have one question, Heather. This workload, how does this fit into your calendar to keep it on the schedule you've put out there? Honestly, I mean, and we need to know that so we have someone to tell us this is your load, we can't add in A, B, C, D. I mean, I really like to see this done. I really, and it's no fault, the tree provisions, when that was discussed, we were still meeting in public, so it must have been 2019 or early 2020 that's already fallen another 2 years out, and I know it's because of your workload. So, long question.
Well, what we have done, and that one is one that we have used some resources to get assistance from other professionals and consultant services and folks that we have a relationship with that. So we have started that. I know it has, because of other priorities, some code amendments have shifted throughout, but we have forwarded our current regulations to 2 different land planners who have basically started to review that and make some suggested changes. So we're in the process of that. We're trying to make sure that we get a true assessment similar to what I know engineering has done with the regional stormwater model, is really look at what's the result of those proposed changes. So that's where we're at. It's again it's more complicated than we initially thought it would be, so we want to make sure that we make the appropriate changes to meet your all's direction.
But your 6 items you feel comfortable can be done within this time frame?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I think it is for council to know, I think these are really important, and I think we've thrown this on you throughout the past year and a half, but it may be an extra item on an agenda. I mean, we don't need to meet until 11:30 at night, but just know there may be months where there are 2 or 3 added items, but I think for the good of what we're doing, it needs to be on there. Okay. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
We have, on the Affordable Housing Committee, we only use the term affordable housing, but I know the staff is using affordable workforce housing. I'd like to know why and what's the difference between the two from the staff perspective.
The reason, quite frankly, that I use 2 is the Unified Development Ordinance does reference both an affordable housing and a workforce housing provision. So, and there are 2 different thresholds as far as that affordable the median income level. So it's, quite frankly, I know it truly all is affordable. I simply just use both terms because they're both reflected in the UDO. So.
I think nationwide, affordable housing has a connotation sometimes, not necessarily around here, but in other locations, that it is government subsidized Section 8 housing. So by using workforce housing, it kind of gives it a little bit broader definition. I think that's why we originally put it in the ordinance. I'm not sure that answers your question, Fred, but that's...
Thanks for trying, but the problem I have with that is that we keep moving the target again, and you can't convince. And I'm going to be blunt with this: you can't convince everybody that affordable housing is right. But I want Bluffton to be convinced that it's right. So we don't have to do what other people do. We don't have to do what the other communities do. Let's do it Bluffton way.
Mark had a comment. Fred?
And
Or not?
completely understand and agree with what Councilman Hamilton's saying. A lot of
Talking.
times, and so a lot of times, sorry, I forgot how to do this. Just talking to my computer. A lot of times workforce is a higher qualifier. So typically what you find in a lot of places in the true definition is under 120% of the area median income, and affordable is lower than that. So those 2 terms, while we interchange them, they define different levels of the AMI in most places. I think what we've tried to do here is, in our code, we reduced 120% AMI down to 100 at the request of Affordable Housing Committee and the unanimous vote of council. Our definition now is up to 100%, not up to 120, as it reflects our purpose. And so the definitions lie now in between 80 and 100%, and we're trying to marry those 2
60
words.
and 100%.
60 and 100%, excuse me. So we're trying to marry those 2 terms. People will always use workforce housing at the higher AMI, and affordable lower. That's just an industry standard. It's nothing we made up here. But I think that if we get the terminology right and staff's online and on board, it'll help everybody.
And Fred, too, do note, I mean, and I was actually okay with it at Soloco when they wanted to term another word because of the lack of education a lot of people have. And I'll give you an example I wanted to give to Heather. I had several calls this weekend over, but we don't do attainable here. You made it very clear in Bluffton. We still call it affordable workforce. At least that affordable is still in there. But I got a call the other day, then 4 phone calls from people who live across from 1095 May River Road. The way the newspaper wrote it, it said, talked about up to 14 units, but then the way they wrote it, it sounded like you could double that. So people are up in arms over what they read. And I will tell you, I spent most of yesterday with these people saying it's 14. I went under our CAP projects. I gave them the link to that map, even though I don't think it's the same map as what we have looked at lately. So we need to update that. I'm sorry, I don't write for the newspaper, but I do know we doubled it to 12 or 14 because of our affordable bonus. So people just are going to read what they want to read, and I agree with you. I've given up on trying to overeducate. So I relate it to Wharf Street. You know, I'm like, look, do you have a problem with Wharf Street? It's the same thing. So thank you, Mark, for the clarification. Anyone else on anything else that Heather has? Mr. Finger?
Just 2 things.
And talk into here a bit more. Thank you.
On the rewrite of an ordinance, you all said we need to figure out a way that we're not going to have any of this clear-cutting buffers anymore.
Right.
So we start working on that to realize that it impacts trees, buffers, grading, silviculture, and planting. So one little project may cut across a bunch of lines, and that's what we've been trying to do, is make sure if we're going to fix it, we're going to fix it throughout.
Right.
And then just a real brief status report on where we are with the affordable housing contract with our, I guess, partner, for lack of a better term. We have divided it into 4 different phases at the request of Mark and Scott and staff. Phase 1 is going to be the planning phase. How many units? What are they going to look like in the end? And everything in between. The second phase is going to be the financing phase. Third phase will be vertical construction, and 4th phase will be the horizontal construction. So we're trying to make it as fact intensive and criteria intensive as we can. We'll have a draft of that on Scott's and Mark's desk probably late today or tomorrow. So that contract is about done.
Real quick on that, Terry. What's the timing from phase 1 to phase 4? And then I've got a follow-up.
Our original draft was way too long, in my opinion.
Okay.
It was probably 18 to 24 months. We have compressed it down to try to get 1 through 4 within about 18 from start to finish. Is about what we're trying to aim for right now. We're trying to figure out what is the realistic time frame that we can impose. But that will be ultimately the decision for the 5 of you, not us, obviously.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's all I had to say.
Okay. Then where does it fit in to qualify? I mean, I vividly remember Wharf Street. So when do we talk about that? Qualifications, who, what, when, why, where's, who runs it?
That'll be during phase 1.
Phase 1. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have a question, Mark?
I was just going to
Oh, let me go to Dan real quick.
During phase 1, that's where those elements start to get defined by town council and by the town. So they're not defined per that program yet, but
Okay.
phase 1, when we're under design for horizontal and vertical construction, to really understand the pricing of it all, that's when those qualifications of who, what, when, where get defined.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
I just wanted to say, just for clarity on that buffer comment that you made, Terry.
Right.
not only to preserve the trees, but we had discussed about removing that portion from the calculations of the trees that they have on their property.
Correct.
Okay, good deal.
Yeah. And is that why this date of June of summer for that one item, it's in coalition, it's kind of in parallel with other things? Is that why it got moved out, in your opinion? Okay. Larry, did you have something? And speak in here, kind of get disclosure.
Just trying to clarify, when will we find out what costs are? You know, I mean, construction cost,
That'll be during phase one.
phase one.
Correct.
That's it.
Any other questions on anything? Heather, Terry, Scott, Mark? Really good job, Heather. You've got a lot on your plate.
Thank you.
But I think all of this is more important than anything else. So, okay, Scott, back at you.
Brian's gonna
And
give
let
you-
us know the tab too.
Absolutely. Brian, if you follow along on tab 4 of your binder, Brian's going to give you an update on capital projects and some other items that engineering is working on. He has the award for staff's busiest person most days, so. And he and his crew are doing a great job. You can see some of their finished projects. Wright Family Park is a huge hit, for example. That's very visible. They're working on some other highly visible projects right now that we'll see in the coming years, like the barn at New Riverside property that we're going to turn into a park. So he's got a great team put together, and he's going to let you know what they've been up to.
Well, and before you start, I have I mean, this is so nice to be able to look this way. I've already seen 3 people run around this track. That was partnership with Rotary Club. Thank you, Dan, on behalf of them. I've seen 2 ladies stroll. And then yesterday, this park was full. I think parties and kicking the ball and everything. So you're very creative and speak into this really loudly.
Did you say tab 4?
Tab 4 is
Should
what
be
he
tab
said.
4.
So we provided you this project update. I think Mark provided it to you also in an email a week or so ago. Rather than going through all of these projects, there's 22 of them. Some of them have sub-projects within the main project. I just want to focus on a few of them for you today. The first is the Ghost Road acquisition update. We had that workshop in October, and if you'll recall, there's I believe there's 11 roads that we're going after. Those are Pritchard Street, Bridge Street, Maiden Lane, Lawrence Street, Colcock Street, Water Street, Green Street, DuBose Lane, Girard Avenue, Stone Street, and Robertson Street. COVID has made it very difficult for us to hold public meetings, obviously, and get residents all in the same room. To date, we have received, I believe, 15 signed quitclaim deeds out of 169 that we need for all of those roads. We've completed the survey for all of those roads and identified which parcels that we need those quitclaim deeds. Terry and Richardson are working with us to develop those quitclaim deeds, and John Hutchinson is our assistant project manager, and he is going to be sending out letters and trying to go door to door. Councilman Wood has offered to help us with Lawton Street and the residents in that area. I believe John's meeting with Colcock Street today. So we're making progress, but it is slow. It's just hard to get people together in the same room, and it's hard for John to make contact with some folks. Bridge Street, those residents on the Ghost Road portion of that road, they have obtained a lawyer. I believe we're working through their issues with the quitclaim deeds. So hopefully we can get them signed fairly soon, but we are moving forward. It's just a little slow right now.
Do you need our help other than with Dan? I mean, can you?
Yeah, probably.
Do you want our help?
Yes,
Or
I
do
would.
you need it?
I would love your help. Yeah, we'll be reaching out to you as we move forward with each. I can either send you like, okay, we're going to Colcock or we're going to Water. You know, do you know these residents? Could you help us with that? But we'll be reaching out to you because it is slow for John to do all this.
Okay.
But that's a quick update on the Ghost Roads. The next one I wanted to talk to you about was the BIS neighborhood update. We are in the last phase of the sewer. That would be phase 5A through E. We've completed phase 5E, that was Posey's Court. And the construction has begun on phases 5A through 5D. We expect to be complete by June. I believe the weather has made it a little bit difficult. They got into some water issues when they were trying to dig their trench, but we're moving forward with the construction there. The last phase of sidewalk is phase 6. We've broken that into 2 sub-phases. Phase 6A is under permitting right now, and we hope to have that out to bid next month. Phase 6B is under design, and we hope to bid that next fiscal year. That'll be the last phase of sidewalk. I had sent you an update also last week about the lighting. We've replaced all the lights out there, the existing lights, with LED lights, but we're hitting a snag with SCDOT and adding more lights. We're not able to meet their requirements that they need by adding more lights. So we're going to work with Palmetto Electric to try to come up with some kind of hybrid solution that can satisfy everybody. I don't think everybody's going to be totally happy, but if we can get everybody to be somewhat happy, I think it's going to be a good win. So we're still working through that.
Can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
Just since you left there, questions on what he said so far? Because I know you've got a long
Well,
list.
what seems to be the big problem with DOT, what are they saying, we're too bright, we're too high, we're too close?
So it's one of the, if you'll recall, May River Road, whenever you have a light that encroaches into the roadway, it has to meet the uniformity throughout the entirety. So you have to light the whole road. So we would have lights going on both sides all the way down both those roads. And I don't think that's I don't think the neighborhood would really appreciate it looking like that. I think it'd be too bright. It doesn't really fit in. That's why we have so many lights on May River Road, because once the light encroaches on the road, you can't have light, dark, light, dark, light, dark. So that's the issue. And we can't meet those requirements with the photometric plan that Palmetto Electric gave us.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
In the workshop, I thought we discussed all this. I'm just
Mhm.
trying to get everyone's memory. Are the lights that you put up the lights that we all agreed to use?
Yes.
So those are the lights?
So the existing lights that were out there were a hybrid. There were a couple different types, but we've replaced all of them with a consistent LED light.
And the height of the light is what we all expected it to be as well?
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's what Palmetto Electric
Okay.
tells us that it needs to be.
It's, I don't know who's driven down there at night. It's definitely more light.
Mhm.
I mean, but we have people in the room that live on that road right
And
now, and they
it's a
probably can
brighter,
speak to
it's a
that.
more, I don't want to say intense, but it is a higher wattage light, and LED produces a brighter light anyway compared to the old kind of yellow.
Yeah, so right now, we've followed through with the lighting that we all talked about at the workshop. And
Yes.
now you're trying to
To
get
add
with
more.
Palmetto Electric on board?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions up to this point
Yeah,
for
just
Brian?
clarity,
Yeah.
that lighting is for the sidewalks.
Correct.
So-
But
Right.
it still encroaches
That's where the
out.
problem that you're describing comes in with the state. If we bleed over,
Correct.
then that's another issue. But the goal is to light the sidewalks, not the main road.
Right, and that's the problem with those lights. It's like a flashlight, right? If,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you focus it on your hand, but when you pull up, it spreads out. And so the problem is it's spreading out into the road, and we're not meeting their standards when it does that.
Okay. Okay, keep
Does
on.
that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
Cool. The next project I want to talk to you about was public sewer installation down in the historic district. We have completed the main line construction on Pritchard Street on the north side of Bridge. We are working on installing the force main on the south side of Bridge on the dirt road portion of Pritchard Street as we speak. I believe we're getting the permit to operate for the gravity portion from Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer, and that way we can start tying in residents to that line and make it operable, at least the gravity portion. And then we'll get the force main in and go through that process. So that's good news. That, again, we hit a snag with Bridge Street, so we haven't been able to move forward with that yet. But that's that project on Pritchard is, I would call it 75% complete. Wright Family Property, Calhoun Street Dock. Again, that is 99.9% complete. All we have to do is get the right benches from the manufacturer. They sent us the wrong benches. So the benches that are there now, we'll swap those out. And then once that's done, it'll be complete. So I hope you all are very happy with that project. I know I am. It's beautiful.
Great job.
Squire Pope Carriage House, which is in that same property. We've completed the construction drawings for that house. We I anticipate sending that out to bid to get prices and include in the budget for next fiscal year. That'll be a really great project. It's going to be intensive, to say the least, but the plans, I don't know if you all have seen them. I can share them with you, but it looks really good, and I think you all will be very happy with that project. New Riverside Barn Park, you all approved the conceptual master plan a few months ago, I think 2 months ago. We're moving forward with a contractor to work on those plans and design drawings and architectural drawings for the barn renovation. Those will be included in next fiscal year. And then finally, the May River Action Plan update. Kim presented that to you at last week's workshop. So I don't know if you really want me to go through all that again, but we are moving forward to that, and we'll bring that to you, I believe, next month for first reading. And that's it. I can talk about any other projects, but those are the ones I really wanted to focus on for you.
Mr. Wood? Mr. Wood?
Brian, the New Riverside Barn Park, which was in the consent agenda.
Yes, sir.
The design looks fabulous. On paper is one thing, in reality is another. When will you be bringing that concept to the council?
Once we get probably 25 to 50% construction drawings, and that way we can print it. We can do another workshop where I can really show it to you.
Any other questions of Brian? Well, I'm going to ask you what I just asked Heather.
Okay.
You have a heavy workload.
Yes.
And I mean, super heavy. I don't know how you can stay so calm.
Xanax.
Xanax is good. How are you on this? I mean, you feel like this is
it's a heavy workload.
doable
It is.
Task and
it is. But we've done a good job. Again, COVID's made it a little bit more difficult where we're not all in the same room, but our project managers have stayed on it. They come out in the field. They meet with their contractors. But yeah, we're busy.
Yeah, well, I appreciate, I know all the council does. The only comment I've heard from the property on the Wright family property, and it's interesting, you're changing out benches. People say there are not enough benches, but so there's always not enough something. But I didn't know if those are temporary. Or
No, the manufacturer, so the ones that we were supposed to have are convex. The ones they sent us are concave, and the shipping cost is so high that they didn't want to have them shipped back, so they're just letting us keep the ones that are out there now, and they're sending us the new ones or the correct ones. So we're going to be able to supplement. So we'll have a variety. Yes, we'll double up.
So you have more.
Benches.
That's great. Anything else for Brian? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your team and all they do, because they sure do a lot. Okay, Scott.
Just wanted to jump on the Wright family property for just a moment. I know we discussed it briefly at council meeting last month with regard to uses and renting it out and that kind of thing. Staff is pushing forward with gathering information from the public on what they would like to see in that park, whether, to be used, not to be used, taking a look at prices for using it or renting it, and we'll be coming back to you with more information on that so you can make a well-informed decision on exactly what's going on with that park. I can tell you that we already have demand for use of the park. People are contacting Lindy on a regular basis, asking to reserve the park and wanting to use it for weddings and various items. So it is a piece of property that is in as much demand or more than we thought it would be, and so we need to make accommodations for that. We'll be coming back to you with more information.
And it's nice that all of us will be together. I had a talk with Larry, Larry, nobody knew it was you taking that boat off the sandbar, but I bet I had a dozen people talking about how nice that person was that took those people off the sandbar, but it took you away from our workshop. So Larry talked to me later. I think it's we need all of council, because listening to some of his comments really made me think again with Dan's concern of taking the park away from citizens, and just, it'd be nice for all of us to be together again and do that and make a decision.
I anticipate we'll bring that back to you in workshop form again for some final thoughts on council before we formalize anything on the fee schedule.
Great.
So.
Great. Okay.
Scott, I do have one thing, if I may.
Just
add.
speak
Yes.
that a little bit long. Larry, you guys speaking out a little bit better.
There seems to be where we have already obligated the park for weddings, or at least one that I know of. those people are calling me and depending on me, what do you mean? You said we could.
Right.
You know, we're there, we have it reserved, and now they get the word that said, no,
Right.
maybe you can. So they're in a tizzy about their wedding, got everything all planned, and so somehow or another, no matter what we decide to do moving forward, we gotta appease those people that
Right.
we've already said that they could plan their wedding there.
Yeah, and I'll be glad to speak to that for all of council, so you have the same information. We have staff that's hard charging, and we have staff that leans forward. And I like that about the staff. That's how we get a lot of things done. But in this particular instance, we had staff that leaned forward and assumed that the park would be rented out based on previous discussions that council had had about the property. And so we had staff begin taking some reservations for that property, and then found out that it was not approved. And I think imprudently, the people who had contacted staff for those reservations were told, no, the park's not able to be rented out. Well, we're winding that back a little bit. And our response to them is that it's not a matter that council has decided finally yet. We're not going to rip up your reservation request that you gave us. We still have it, it's tentative. We still have it time-stamped. We know when we got which reservation, so first come, first served. And we will honor that as we go forward, should you decide to formally place it on the fee schedule and allow it for rental. So that's still pending. We have staff who are contacting those people, Councilman Toomer, and letting them know that all may not be lost, and explaining exactly what happened. So,
Well, let's get that on the schedule and just tell them it'll be on the calendar on whatever day. I mean, I'm okay for a quick workshop on Zoom,
okay,
just to get, but all of council needs to be able to chime in on that.
we can schedule that sooner rather than later.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, so we're back at you, right? We're finished with Brian.
Yes.
Okay.
So since our last workshop in January of last year, we have a new police chief. Chief Stephanie Price has joined us. This is her first strategic planning workshop with the town. And I've just asked her to give you an update on a few items. As you know from the emails that I forwarded you with regard to some of the policy changes that are being made, she's being very proactive, and I wanted to hear from her firsthand this morning. So.
Can I jump in before she starts? I'm
Yes,
just
ma'am.
thinking if I'm at home and I hadn't gotten on the Beaufort County channel, this is live, right? This is live. So what are people at home seeing? Like right now, are they seeing that action agenda? What is it that we need to put up there?
I'll yield to Scott on that. What are they doing?
Scott,
right
what
now,
are they
Scott?
seeing?
They were speaking at the time,
Uh-huh.
so that's what they were seeing.
So they're not seeing what we see on a screen? They're just seeing her face?
Not all the time, they're seeing part of that.
Okay. Should we put the agenda up there then, just in case you ever go over there? 'Cause okay, sorry.
But as a reminder, just for the viewing audience, the action agenda that we have on the screen right now is viewable by anyone by going to our website and typing in the search term strategic plan, and it will bring up our strategic plan page, and there's a link to our action agenda so they can see any of these items.
Super. Is there detail, like hyperlinks on things that we've seen, or is it just the agenda?
It's exactly what you see here.
Okay,
And if you click on this and you want more information on the project description for public-private partnership, for example, you can click on that and you can get all that information.
Great.
So,
great. So go on our website,
yes, ma'am.
search
Strategic plan,
strategic plan.
and it will bring you to our strategic plan page, and there's a link to our action agenda on
Super.
that page.
Good. Sorry. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, how are you doing?
You're good.
Thank you for having me here today, Mayor and Council, town staff, I appreciate it. One of the things that I wanted to review today was the department response to COVID and what they continue to do and what kind of recap what they have done. So of course they reviewed and amended the current pandemic annex. They established and manned an emergency operations center. They had constant lines of communication with county and state emergency officials. Also, we have and continue to participate in the conference calls with state and county agencies as well as the local hospital. We have coordinated with the Bluffton Fire Department to establish decontamination protocols, and of course we've worked closely with Human Resources always to establish quarantine facilities for any of our town staff that get positive tests. We've also created a communications group and a working group And of course, we continue to monitor the governor's orders and interpret those. And we, of course, assisted with the town's mask ordinance. Since I have been here, we have acted quickly to make sure that folks are getting tested in a rapid manner that may have been exposed. That way we can keep our citizens safe as well as our town staff safe. And any positive exposures or potential exposures, we have quickly, very quickly, into action to decontaminate those facilities or vehicles that any of the town staff may have been in or may have been exposed to. And that's very important. It was important to me for the health and safety that we act very quickly on those items. We do not wait on it, and we come as soon as we can. Any questions about the emergency response for COVID? You know, the best thing about it is we have really learned how to be flexible and adaptable to different situations as they come about. And with the advent of rapid testing, that has really helped us out. And again, in constant communication with town staff for that.
I've got a quick question. Are all first responders in the county on a list to get the shot? And what is your protocol on that, or do you have something for our guys and women?
So working with HR, it was voluntary to get the shot for the emergency responders. So they did not have to get the shot, but if they wanted to, it was made available to them through the vaccine program portal online.
And was that done already? Have they had their first and second for those who volunteered, or where are you in that?
Yes, they've had their first and second for those who wanted, but it was on them to schedule. Wasn't required, strictly volunteer.
Chief, about what percentage of the officers in your department have gotten vaccines?
Well, so the officers in the department were kind of waiting on the first folks to see how they turned out, to see if they wanted to get, so now they're slowly trickling in, but I'd have to say the percentage that actually wanted to do it at first, that signed up immediately, was about 20%. But they're more and more asking me and asking Human Resources if they can sign up to get the vaccine.
Question.
Yes, sir?
When you have, any infection or case inside your office, who's cleaning that?
We actually have the materials and the stuff to clean it there, so we do it.
So you do it in-house?
Yes, sir?
I have a question too
Yes.
for Chief. In regards to officers transporting suspects or even responding to cases and things like that, what safeguards are in place to reduce their risk of coming in contact with COVID? Like, how do they prepare themselves for that?
So we do what, like everyone else does. We try to socially distance. We wear gloves. We wear masks. We frequently wash hands. We can sanitize their vehicles, and that takes minutes to do, and that's exactly how they do. They have a sanitizer, a fumigator that they use for vehicles and everything like that if they feel that there's been an exposure. We also notify quickly.
Are there have cars been outfitted differently, or is there like a protective shield as they're if they have to put someone in their vehicle?
If they have to put someone in their vehicle, there's no protective shield, but they do quickly sanitize it if they want. And we can do it very rapidly. If you pulled up to the Sally Port, we can sanitize it within just a few minutes, and then you're on your way again.
The only reason I'm asking is I'm thinking, like, if, you know, they did encounter someone who was exhibiting symptoms and doing whatever, and that person, you know, may sneeze or release some type of fluids, and I think their cars just have like that mesh thing currently up, you know, that could expose them. So is there something that we could do, especially as we're seeing an uptick in this area, to give them an extra sense of protection out there, because they are putting themselves at risk, you know, doing that? And I don't think they're getting hazard pay or anything. I would just think it would be an extra precaution that might be beneficial to them.
Car shields is something we can absolutely look into, but I know if they're exhibiting symptoms or say that they have COVID, we immediately call for them to get medical services.
I would look at what others are doing.
Yes.
You know, and let us know what the standards are in law enforcement and first responders that would have someone within their 6 feet. It would be interesting to see. so.
And keep in mind, we're only transporting if absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
Because the jails also are looking for COVID precautions as well.
Yeah.
So it has to be an absolute necessity to transport you to make you sure that you're where you need to be.
Yeah. One more question. You kept saying voluntary. Is that the protocol for all first responders in this county, even in the county level, that these shots are voluntary, or are some other agencies requiring them?
None are requiring them that I know of.
Okay, that's interesting. Art, did you have a question?
Yes, Councilman Hamilton asked a good question about cleaning protocols, and so I want you all to hear this, and it's really important, and it's probably the most important thing we're going to hear until the other side of this pandemic. When we have a positive COVID test, we shut down that area that those folks were in. We backtrack and find out everybody that's been crossed their paths. And we have done it over and over, and each time we get better at it. Catherine sends an email out to all staff just to let everybody know. I have figured out to send it to you all so you know what's going on in our buildings. It keeps happening though, day after day after day. There are positive tests, or at least an exposure to someone who had a positive test. The police department has been very clear that they want to clean their own building. They clean it all day long. So there's a staff member there, proper protocols in place, they clean it all day long. And if there are issues, they have a fogger. I forget the name of the company and the folks that were so generous and donated to us that expensive piece of equipment that we really didn't even know about at the time. So they do that. And now, if this is stormwater building, if this is town hall, if this is public works, we have a professional cleaning crew that comes in and does those things. The police department's been very clear that they would just rather do this every day, all day, and then if something happens, they have a small team there that has really perfected what they do. So just please know that there's two different ways we clean in the buildings, and the police would just rather not have those folks, the cleaning crews, that they don't know where they've been, back of house in the police department. So just from that perspective, they took it upon themselves.
Just one question. I think it's good for everyone. I mean, I appreciate when you say there's a case, but you're borderline, you're tiptoeing on your fence with HIPAA. How are you careful? You know, we don't need to know the who.
Correct.
But if it's, there was an instance of somebody, and I didn't ask, but I was actually in town hall, and I called you, and I was like, I just want to make sure I didn't cross paths with that person. Where are you on that with us? Because I know it can get tricky.
It's a good question. I let you know when we close an office down. That's it. So we are all working remotely, and lots of us are working also in office spaces. So if there's a positive case, we shut that office space down for a period of time, right? There's a certain period of time, we get in there and we clean, we backtrack, we make sure everybody's okay. And then 24, 48, depending on the incident, hours later, we reopen. So when we close that piece of business to make it remote, that's what I let you know about. I don't let you know that though somebody who wasn't in the building has no effect on our operational capacity and how we're doing our business on a daily was exposed or tested. I'm not letting you know those things.
Okay.
One last question then. For the police department, they're going to do it themselves. Have they been trained properly how to do it themselves?
I'm going to defer to Brian and Chief on that. I think I know the answer. I just want to hear from
the company folks trained them how to do it originally, and they've been doing it ever since.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me now? The company that donated the machine trained the folks on how to use it, and those are the ones that still do it, the officers.
Okay.
It's not difficult to use either, just saying.
All right.
And I'm guessing to understand the difference, because my first thought is, why aren't they doing it for all of ours? But they kind of live and breathe police department, like firemen live and breathe fire departments, and you don't have someone in your offices 24/7 like they do.
Correct.
So you have a team totally focused on the building they live in.
Correct.
Okay.
And
I just wanted that clear.
The rest of the facilities are operating at a very light capacity of person in the building. The police department can't function like that. So they do have that small team that cleans all day long.
Okay.
Going back to Bridget's comments, I'm not trying to make it complicated nor expensive, but you know, they probably have some of the greatest exposure. And the percentage, I hope we can get the percentage up. That's a very low percentage of people that's had the vaccine, that they can actually feel safer, but they're not taking it. So we need to do more on our side. But you know, when you go to a metropolitan city with a cab, there's a plexiglass or something back there. And, you know, so they're dealing with belligerent people constantly, throwing them in the back of the car. And if they are sick, they're probably yelling and screaming and everything else.
Yeah.
So it might be worth pursuing that approach and see if other people are doing it, what the expense is, and bring it forward to council.
I see Chief shaking her head, yes.
And I think we definitely should do it. Don't even look into it. Because when we were talking about coming back as a council, I was adamant we can be 8 feet apart, but I still want, it's that sneeze, and I know it can go up and over, but anything to stop it. And we're making, you know, businesses are doing it. I think we've got to set the example. And you're right, Dan, I think about the person who's going to spit through it just to be mean. You know, you never know who you have back in that seat at any hour of the night. So.
Lisa, you made a point almost to correct yourself earlier. We shouldn't worry about what someone else is doing. Let's try to do the right thing ourselves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Chief.
Okay, and just
Brian.
one more final thought on the cleaning by the officers. You know, there's a lot of criminal justice information and sensitive information, and so they're the ones that are tasked with cleaning it as well, so they can go into every area of the department. So just throwing that out. Also would like to touch on the Citizen Advisory Board, which Town Council established. As you know, it was created in 2019, and they were tasked with serving as an advisory board to council and our police department. They're 11 members strong. I've been very engaged and involved with the Citizens Advisory Council, and I can't tell you how pleased I am that that was established, and pleased that I, you know, can continue this. These are very active and engaged members of our citizens, and they really want to guide our police department and really help understand what's going on with it and what's going on within the community. So I'm very excited about that. We've been holding monthly meetings on Facebook, and using the 21st century policing model and pillars of 21st century policing as a guide, they've established subcommittees. If you're unaware of the 21st century policing, it was by President Obama. He got, because of unrest, civil unrest within law enforcement and the citizen and law enforcement interactions, he got a task force together, and they came up with recommendations that law enforcement agencies could use to actually build trust within their communities and things that they should focus on. This includes building trust and legitimacy, policy and oversight, technology and social media, community policing and crime reduction, officer training and education, and officer wellness and safety as the pillars. So the Citizen Advisory Board has been using those as guiding factors in what they're going to decide on and how they're actually going to make recommendations to us. So the subcommittees are starting with training and retention and hiring, and so actually we had an open hiring event this last Saturday, and almost every member of the Citizen Advisory Board was there. They watched the comprehensive training or comprehensive testing go on, and they saw what was going on with the people that were coming in, asking questions, and also the officers that were there to engage all. It was a really successful event, and I'm very pleased they were there. And so we continue to hold monthly meetings and gather their input. Any questions on that? Okay. Moving on. So we're also having a policy review committee. That should be established, and it will be established by the end of this month. So January of 2021. They're going to be tasked, and we're going to be tasked with reviewing and revising policies, utilizing national standards, so we're more closely aligned with national standards and what other agencies are doing. It's just good practice to review your policies and make sure, bless you, that they're all up to date and they're in line with what's going on within the culture of law enforcement. We're having 4 sworn members and 2 citizen members on this. High priority critical policies will be first. Examples of those are vehicle pursuits, use of force, arrest procedures, civil demonstrations and disturbances, and evidence. We're making sure that we do our highest liability policies first. Not only do we want to be more transparent to the citizens, we also want it to be easier for the officers to understand what they're supposed to be doing. And so we're making sure to make that we're up to standards on that. Any questions about the Policy Review Committee?
Questions?
Excited about that too. Our policies, I'm very much a policy person. I just like to know people, to know where we're heading, where we've been, and where we want to go. So, I'd also like to talk about LETC 43. Everyone knows about LETC 43. And so what we're really doing is multi-layering a response and, re-education for LETC 43 this year. We've established a traffic unit. So we have 2 traffic officers, citizens of Bluffton and those who travel through Bluffton. That's Officer Jeff Dixon and Terry Harden. And so with the new traffic unit comes new education and re-education of LETC 43. So we've actually taken LETC 43 and moved that program to our Special Operations Division, where our traffic unit is as well. Also, our SROs are in the Special Operations Division, who are going to be more actively engaged in LETC 43. We have a full rollout plan that month by month tells you exactly what's going to happen for LETC 43 in the year of 2021. And we'll be reporting on that more briskly to you folks. Also, I'd like to say too, it's not just one-time education, it's education and re-education and reminders, not just of students, but of people who drive as well. People who drive and people who are about to drive. And so we have, the goals of LETC 43 are reduce distractions, reduce accidents, and we're supposed to host presentations, and we absolutely will, both in the schools and in the community. We're also having a driving campaign that you'll be hearing about, we're rolling out, and that coincides with all the goals and safety of LETC 43. We need to reduce accidents, we need to reduce the speed, we need to leave space in between, and not travel in the left lane unless you're passing. So you'll be hearing about that as well. And our whole goal is to keep Bluffton a safer place. We really want it safe for our community. We want to reduce those accidents. Any questions about that?
Just one on that. I know in the past one of our goals was to get a statewide texting and distracted driving policy. So I'm just going to throw that at you. And then I had been seeing, and I just pulled it up, there's also another site maybe that could go in concert with this called stoptextstoprex.org. And it's more with the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. So I don't know if that's something we can look into, and maybe it's council that goes to the elected officials at a state level, or just aid with this, just to keep the focus as well as we'd like a statewide distracted driving, for lack of a better word.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Legislation. Any other questions?
Yeah, I had a question about the policy updates that Chief is going to be doing.
Just
I think
speak into this real, so
I think that's a great idea, Chief. Kudos to you on not leading that. And I had a quick comment before I did the question. I think when we look at how we move communities forward when it comes to the relationships between the citizens and the police department, a lot of people focus now on just community policing, but if you're doing that and the policies that have been inequitable and other things don't change, you're really not affecting the type of change that you would like. So again, kudos in taking that initiative. My question is, do you have a timeline in mind of when you're going to select the review, or the people who are going to help with that review, then rewrite the policy, and then what would be like the phase of implementation of it?
Absolutely, I have a timeline in mind. Can you hear me? Absolutely, I have a timeline in mind. The members have already been selected from our Citizen Advisory Council that we have, the committee that we already have. So the civilian members have been selected. So just kind of a guideline of what can happen or what is going to happen is there's about 15 critical policies that we need to look at immediately. That policy will be taken a look at. We'll get model policies from all around IACP and other different journals and professional publications. And then we'll make suggestions of how that policy needs to change with the times. We're going to have about 2 weeks to do that. It's going to go out for 2 weeks to the, police department at large so they can give comments on that, what they think, because let's face it, they're the ones going to be using this policy depending on what it is and having to answer for the policy. It's going to come back with any edits and revisions. It will go to our legal counsel, and then it will go to our citizens as well so they can give comments on what they think about it, and then, and only then, will the policy be made to distributed throughout and made practice in the department.
Do you see that as being something to be accomplished by this year, or are you aiming maybe for next year?
So this will be an ongoing process. It will not get done in 1 year because it will be ongoing. I want to start with the critical ones first, like vehicle pursuits. And even though that we're doing a single policy, that doesn't mean other policies won't get attention along the way. If we know something that's not working in policy, that's not working either legally, ethically, or any other kind of way through procedures have changed, then we will change that immediately.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, you done?
If you have no other questions, I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Any questions of Chief? Super, thank you,
Chief, thanks a lot. If you could pass that to David.
I sure can.
David.
David's going to let you know what the Don Ryan Center for Innovation's up to since they moved into their fancy new house.
And
Good
where is,
morning.
what tab is he for?
He
I
does
love
not-
how we just go
Yeah,
back.
he does not have a tab.
You don't
We-
have a tab?
No,
We
ma'am,
tabbed
I do
engineering
not
and
have
growth
a tab.
management, but I've asked him to just speak to his items.
Oh.
So,
Can you hear me okay? I'm going to stand up so you can see me. First of all, I am here instead of Mike Levine, who has a family member that's ill, non-COVID illness, so he's asked me to step in and give you a little update on things. On a personal note, it's nice to be back and see everybody. I came back last February, and 3 weeks later, everything shut off, so it's nice to see everybody again for a change. So I'm going to give you some updates on a couple of items we're working on at the Don Ryan Center. The first is the Small Business Resiliency Plan. As you know, due to COVID, Mayor and Council instituted the Resiliency Plan last April, I believe, thereabouts. One of the things that we did with the Don Ryan Center on the Resiliency Plan was to enable free memberships for anyone that wanted to be a member of the Don Ryan Center. And that started back in Q1 of 2020. The other thing it did is it expanded the reach of Don Ryan to companies and individuals that were not what we consider a program company. It was not an incubated company. Since then, we've had 29 people or organizations call us for help, requests, and things like that. Sometimes these requests are handled with one telephone call. Sometimes they require continuous interaction for a little bit of time. Now, let me be clear, these are not people that are really ready for the program like the incubation program or something like this. These are, by definition, shorter term type of interactions, and they're not a good fit for a program for whatever reason. But we have had 29 requests and interactions with them. We interact with these people either directly from staff, me or Mike, or most oftentimes we refer them to one of the Don Ryan mentors to work with them. And we do have full KPIs and a process workflow, so we keep up with who we're talking to, what we're talking about, so we make sure that progress is moving forward. So at the Don Ryan Center, we feel the Business Resiliency Plan has been very, very successful. And we will continue to work on that forward. Some general updates. First of all, on membership. As of this morning, we have 525 members at the Don Ryan Center. That is a 360% increase from this time a year ago. The mentor program, we have 47 mentors in the program. That is a 135% increase in the number of mentors since this time a year ago. And nice to know that 44% of our mentors are currently engaged with a client right now. So we're getting good traction from the mentors. We're using them more effectively than we have in the past. As far as the incubator pipeline, let me explain a little bit how our programs are set up now. The core program that you're all familiar with, the incubation program that started back in 2012, we've rebranded that program with the name of Startup. It is the core of what we do. It is the classic 12-month incubation paid-for program that we have run 35 to 40 companies through since 2012 and graduated as organizations. So we have Startup, which is the core. We have Resiliency, which is could be a precursor to Startup. And then we also have another new program we instituted probably in May of last year called Growth. Growth is the next step along the chain. So with Startup helps the company get going. Growth helps the company continue. And we use that for organizations that are trying to go to some next level, trying to scale or do something else. But these are, growth companies are ongoing business concerns that are cash flow positive, generating revenue, but they're trying to get to some next level. So we have Resiliency, Startup, and Growth. Right now we have 7 companies in the Startup program. A year ago we had 1 part-time company in the program. And one of those companies that was in Startup actually came through Resiliency in a kind of accelerated process, and they have actually graduated. We haven't had the formal ceremony yet, but they graduated through the program in December. So 7 companies in Startup. We did have 2 that dropped out, so we would have been at 9. 1 dropped out because of personal reasons, and another company dropped out just because it was a lot harder to start a business than they thought, even with our help. And we kind of tell them this is going to be tough, but it was a lot more work than they were really ready for. So currently we have 7 companies in the Startup program. And we have 2 companies in the Growth program. Growth is a much more intensive, more expensive program. And it's a much deeper program than Startup. We're probably always going to see fewer programs and companies in Growth than we do in Startup. But as it relates to our pipeline, we track who comes into a pipeline. It's almost like a funnel of organizations and people we talk to, and they go through certain steps that we've designed to due diligence and make sure we're giving what we need and make sure they're a good fit for us. 47% of the people or the organizations or startups, if you will, that go through the pipeline are invited to pitch to our Entrepreneur Committee. Think of it as a nice Shark Tank. It's all virtual, but they pitch, they get 15 minutes to talk. We give them 15 minutes worth of questions, then we kick them out of the virtual room and we talk about them, decide, is this a good company for the Don Ryan Center? Can we help them? Can we bring value? And can they bring value to the town of Bluffton? Of those that are invited to pitch, 89% get into the program or enrolled in the program. So a good diligence process to weed out the ones that aren't right, but also a metric of 89% that get into the program. Lastly, highlight some of our 2021 strategic initiatives. You all may be aware of the Hardeeville expansion. Earlier this month, we signed a 1-year pilot program with the city of Hardeeville that we hope will turn into a multi-year paid program. Excuse me, my mask is coming off. All Hardeeville business owners will be enrolled at the Don Ryan Center as members. They will have access to the hub when we open it. And they will also have access to the programs, but they have to pay for the programs just like a Bluffton resident would. So those charges are the same. So we're expanding our footprint and additionally generating additional revenue for the center so we don't have to rely on the town as much. We hope to turn that into an ongoing multi-year program. And we're currently in the process of launching that now. It just signed in January, so in the next few weeks you'll see some more media and some advertisement about that program. The Heroes program is a new thing we're doing. It's a new initiative from the Don Ryan Center, and while it offers the same startup program content, we're now working with a different vertical. We're working with first responders, military, that type of thing, a group we've called Heroes. We are very excited about this. It's a vertical that we think sometimes gets ignored. There are a lot of first responders that have what we refer to as side hustles when they're not working their shifts and they're doing other things. We've got a couple of heroes in the resiliency program already. One of them actually is a Bluffton police officer. And we are going to hire an additional person to promote and manage this program. This would be someone that has military or first responder background, that knows that ecosystem, that knows how to talk to these people. And I'll work with them very closely once these people get into the program. The funding for this headcount will come from our recently awarded Relentless Challenge Grant, the money we received from the South Carolina Department of Commerce. And we're in the process of interviewing applicants right now. I think we'll have probably somebody in place in the next few weeks. Lastly, fundraising. Always a big push on this this year. I think it's something that was maybe not paid attention to as much as possible in the last few years, but we're going to use funding to match the proceeds for the grant, but we're also going to use funding to lower the amount of money the town needs to pay for the Don Ryan Center. I can tell you over and over, one of Mike Levine's things we hear all the time is revenue, return on investment, that type of thing. So you'll be pleased to hear that. Mike is keenly focused on making the Don Ryan Center even more effective and a great return on investment for the town of Bluffton. That's a brief overview of what we're doing and what we've done, and if there are any questions, I can answer them.
Any questions for? Oh, come on, I thought it was a commercial.
It was.
Council questions?
I was
Mr.
curious,
Wood.
David, with, it's just a thought, but the relationship with the military and TCL, is there a relationship with the Don Ryan Center and TCL?
We had, when I was here previously, we did work with TCL a little bit. We used some of their instructors as mentors and things like that. That is not something we've looked at lately, frankly. With the Culinary Institute coming in literally right next door to the hub, we have had talks about working with them more closely. There is actually a whole category called food incubation startups. And I would imagine, just because of their physical location, we would look into that more seriously.
Yeah, I only mention that because I know that a lot of the military that retire here, some of them re-enhance their skills through TCL, and I would love to know how many of them actually start businesses in Beaufort County at some point. So there may be opportunity there. That's something y'all have to.
Yes, sir. There's a whole sector we have not had time to work at. The Hero side, the TCL side. There's just three of us, and we've got a lot of initiatives, and I think we're doing a good job. And it's time to really focus on these next things now that we've got startup and growth and resiliency kind of running somewhat on autopilot. Anything else?
A question, David, and for people watching, not so much here. I sit on the board. Larry is our liaison with council to the Don Ryan Center Board. Are you planning to go through any kind of, and I should probably already know the answer, but any kind of a board update for the year, not a full strategic plan, or maybe when things like Dan questions council has, we could bring them to you?
Yes, ma'am. We did have a year-end review at the December board meeting, and we do have a whole strategic initiative plan for fiscal year 2021, and that is brought to the board as necessary. As far as having a specific planning session, ma'am, I'm not aware of that right now. That might be something Mike is doing, but Mike kind of lets me be a little head down in the program side, and I don't have to think about the big picture quite as much as I used to.
Well, maybe take that, since we are having this now, take that back to Mike and y'all discuss it. Another thing, and I talk to all of y'all a lot about a lot of things, but I never get it to the rest of council. Dan and I had a really good conversation on two topics, annexation and economic development. And it really spurred with this latest project, Mercury, of what is our mission as an EDC and a Don Ryan Center that should carry on into town council. And I'll take the blame, not really relaying that, but retention is very important. I know at an EDC level, how do we plug that in? A recommendation from your group on anything economic development, we need to get that process in place, and that's more Scott and future
We
than
are
that.
working.
But we need probably an update like that, or an email or something, so we're all on the same page when we get trigger points for economic development, and then I can move on to annexation. What are the trigger points, not to cause added work on staff? up front.
Right. I think we can incorporate some of that into some regular updates for council, and that's a great segue. One of the things I wanted to point out to council and anyone watching is that in addition to all the great things that David just mentioned that the Don Ryan Center does day in and day out to develop businesses and to be an incubator and put forth these programs and cooperate with municipalities next door are all great things, but one of their primary functions is also to be our economic development arm. And under that umbrella, they are busy working with the Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation, South Carolina Department of Commerce, and we have some prime real estate in our Buckwalter Place Commerce Park that they are working very hard. You mentioned Project Mercury. They're working very hard to try to bring the right type of commerce and the right type of jobs to Bluffton and surrounding area. And so that's one of their primary functions that they are making great headway on, thanks to John O'Toole and his folks at the county as well. Mike Levine is engaged with his board on a regular basis, and they have been a tremendous help on that process.
And then jump into Larry, had talked about MCIP, which I know we're going to do a bigger discussion on that. Mark and Scott and I met, I think it was the three of us just talking about that. I think we're looking over other properties that Buckwalter Regency has. I mean, what are the thoughts of you and the EDC start looking at all the almost infill development that's sitting right there? I was there the other day and I kind of did a look. I'm like, my gosh, there's so many corner pads. We have Corner Perk that still is planning on going there, but Regency with Publix owns so much of that land. We should be hand in hand with them on putting the right businesses there, not just retail, because they only show retail and commercial is what they market. So
I think you will see a greater focus on economic development from the DRCI, the workflow process and the subcommittees that are set up now that, for example, did the Project Mercury recommendations and that type of thing, the meetings we had behind there, that whole workflow process to make recommendations to town council, to make council and aware of the things that are going on, the close alignment with John O'Toole and the EDC. I mean, physically being in the hub, I think is nothing but a positive thing, and it's just being able to now have the time that we have really the right staff at the Don Ryan Center to focus on that promise we had years ago when we merged the Public Development Corporation, the DRCI together. It's finally going to all come together like you've all wished it would. You know, so I think you'll see a lot more of that this year.
well, those are things really to take back to your team, because I think this council wants to know what the next, you know, we're going past one project, so do we have more there? So
Right.
I would love to see that board really discuss, let's take a stake. Let's say we've met with somebody that's in that Buckwalter Place, or where else can we go? I mean, those are recommendations we get from affordable housing, we get from so many of our other committees, so you're the messenger today.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be the messenger.
Any other questions of Don Ryan Center?
Only to follow up on your comment, I think that what you just said is imperative that we do get back together as a group, this council and that committee, or that board. You know, this thing has evolved for years now, and the original mission and purpose of it at one point is totally different than what it is today. I'm not saying that's good or bad, but I think also, in fairness to that organization, they need real clarity from this council about our long-term goals and what we would like to see, like you just talked about. You know, what are we going to do with the MCI park? Are we going to do any other investment in property? Are we going to look at the utility tax credits if we don't? And all of these things need to come as a body from us to give them clarity to help them move forward.
Yeah.
So yes, we need to definitely hear back from them as a group.
Okay. Are you suggesting our two meet in some format?
I think a
Okay.
workshop with each council member sitting at the table.
Okay.
There won't be any confusion or doubt about what we expect in the future, the next 5 to 10 years.
Great. I'm with you. Got it, Scott?
I've got it.
Thank you
Sounds
so
like
much,
we're having a
David.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for being part of this and all you do. And
You're welcome.
500 memberships is 100% more, 1,000% more than we've ever had, so.
Chris is going to give you some updates from our financial world. He's been a great addition to the staff. I think this is his second strategic planning session now. Is that right, Chris?
Does he have a tab?
He does not have a tab.
Okay.
He, next year, we'll include a tab for everybody, Mayor, I promise.
Okay. No, I just want to know if I can follow along.
But he's got some updates he would like to give you, some reminders of some of the things you've done, and to get your input as needed on some other items. So.
And before he starts, where are you in your list of, is there a time for a break maybe after him, 10 minutes? Or what
in fact, we could break for about 10 minutes now if you like. It's been a while since we've started.
Let him go through, and then let's break after him.
No pressure, Chris.
No pressure.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. You
So-
can sit down, you don't have
You
to
sure?
stand up.
Okay.
As long as you talk in the microphone loudly.
Yep. All right, so for finance, I'm going to go over two broad themes of our strategic initiatives, and that's process improvements and then work we've been doing around our revenue analysis and revenue structure. So process improvements, we focused on three areas. It's the accounts payable, procure to pay, payroll, and then our P-card processes. So we started last winter, by doing a lean process improvement event. It's a week-long Kaizen event that we led, and we brought in stakeholders from all the different departments who interact with the procure-to-pay process. And if you're not familiar with the lean event, it's a week-long intensive process. So they are taken away from their departments for a full week, and from 8 to 5 every day, all they do is live and breathe whatever process you're working on. And they have to dissect the process as it is today, identify opportunities for improvement. They do benchmarking, get stakeholder feedback from people who are impacted by the process, and then come up with a potential new process that is much more efficient to implement in the future. And they identify two different processes. It's a good state and a great state process. The good state process is something you can implement relatively easily with the resources you have at hand today. And then the great state process is something that maybe you need to acquire, a software or a tool or something that takes it to the next level. So right before we broke for the COVID pandemic, we were able to implement the good state pretty much 100%. We had to modify it obviously a little bit because we had to change our processes once we went to remote work. What we have to continue to do now is do ongoing trainings on what the process is and what the requirements are around it. It's a little bit shaky because we had to go to remote work, so it was a little difficult implementing it. Hopefully by the end of this calendar year, we'll have the great state implemented and further improve that process. Because of the pandemic, we put on hold the payroll process improvements as well as the P-card process improvements, but they are on our project horizon to work on as soon as we kind of get back to some resemblance of normalcy. Looking at revenues, so one of the strategic initiatives is the revenue stream analysis and assessment of our special funds, our tourism revenues, and how we allocate those funds, and our fund balance policy. So last March, we did a refunding of our current GO debt. So it was about $4.4 million that we refunded, and we got a great interest rate of 1.56. It was about an annual savings of $60,000. And I bring this up because one of the things when you look at revenue is how do you build capacity amongst your current revenue sources? So you're reducing your annual expenses around that debt service. The other thing that we did is we identified a huge need, obviously, in stormwater projects and sewer projects. And so we explored the opportunity to issue GO bonds that are backed by our stormwater fees to accelerate those projects and also increase capacity amongst our other revenue sources for the other strategic needs in our CIP. So as you all know, in December, we issued a little over $5 million in bonds and got a interest rate of 1.53, which is unheard of to be below inflation like that. So great deal, and we're going to be able to meet a lot of our CIP needs because of it. What's coming to you in your February council meeting, the workshop agenda item is a look at our special funds and our fund balance policy. So we're going to go over with you some of the research that myself and my team has done on these and what our opportunities are for improving those, policies going into the next budget cycle. So I'll be looking for your feedback on kind of the direction you want to go in as we talk through those items, so that we can implement it in the upcoming budget process. Obviously, we have a great grant program. We've been very successful in getting a lot of different grants. We're really looking at now kind of how do we manage that process as we increase the number of grants we get, how do we manage the compliance process and improve the procedures around it. So that goes back to the business process improvement piece of it. So that's just a high level of what we've been working on and where we're going over the next year. I have other strategic initiative items that we'll be working on over the next 18 months, but that's where I'm at today.
Questions on what Scott talked about? I mean, not Scott, Chris. Or other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Why don't we take just a 5 to 10 minute kind of break, and then we can set up for the end of the morning. And I just know Beaufort, Jasper, Water, Sewer are here. Do they know I know they're not all here just to be here all day. What's their schedule of participation?
The anticipation is that in the afternoon session, you would begin to talk about some of those multi-jurisdictional water quality projects, and that's when their presence would be helpful.
Wonderful. Thank you. We'll just take a little bit of a break. Any comments before we get back to Scott? Everyone doing well? You doing good, Scott? Waiting, got Dan. Okay, go Scott.
All right, Scott, are we live? Okay, thank you. Mayor, we're going to pick up where we left off with staff updates, and next is Catherine to talk to us about some human resources initiatives. I think she's already got the mic in hand, ready to go. Okay, all yours, Catherine.
Can y'all hear me okay? All right. So all of us is smarter than not one of us. And that's evidenced by this leadership team right here who's come together in the last year operating in a way that none of us ever imagined, didn't really plan for, but got together and got it done. Mark Orlando set the pace for us from the very beginning. We keep the lights on and we keep employees safe. And that was always his goal, to take care of the citizens and to also make sure our employees are okay. I just, with our friends here from Beaufort Jasper Sewer Water Authority, I just would be remiss if I didn't mention, I have great HR peers from Beaufort Jasper Sewer Water Authority. Alina Lee Brown's one of my dear friends. I have great partners with the town of Hilton Head, with the city of Beaufort, Beaufort County, and many other HR directors in the Low Country and the Charleston area. And we could have never figured all this out on our own. We did it through peer review. We talked to each other, and we figured out things like pandemic policies and rolling out the new law, the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. We talked about a travel advisory notice where everybody lets us know when they're traveling so we know whether they need to quarantine when they come back. We worked with our law enforcement and our emergency director to make sure everybody had PPE, the personal protective equipment, quickly put into place telecommuting policies. In fact, there'll be some employees who probably won't ever come back in the workforce, in the workplace. They don't need to because they figured out how to work very efficiently and effectively from home. We also did emergency management training where Lindsay did a video that everybody watched, so when we do start coming back more routinely into the office, they know what to do to come in. Our table right here is evidence of what our training did, to make sure we have cleaning material, we have a thermometer, and everybody knows to make sure you check all that. And if you're sick, you stay home. We let people know that. If you're sick, you stay home. The HR items that are in part of the strategic plan, I don't have a tab. Scott, I don't know if you said that. But I help with everybody here with all the stuff in their tabs, by our policies, by different things that we put into place. And there's a few things that I do want to mention to make sure you're aware of. We support with the policies, and we get your support through things like on the consent agenda in the January meeting, you approved some changes to the employee handbook. Last summer, when we added all those new pandemic policies, you all approved that as well. So we make sure we update the handbook, we communicate it with your approval, of course. In addition to that, the communication certainly has to be there with notifying staff if somebody is ill, what are the protocols. And I wanted to make sure I also mentioned a great group of employees, some of which are here, that we had every department recognize and participated with a task force that was set up. And we put together a guide, an employee training guide, as well as a reentry protocol. So when our new emergency manager starts this week, I think it's Thursday, he starts.
It is.
He's going to review that to make sure it's all up to date and it fits and it mirrors what we need. But that task force quickly stepped up and quickly got together a great plan. And under Mark's direction, we all got that in place and then got everybody trained. The other things that I want to mention is there's a human resources strategic plan that I'm putting together, and my team is helping with that as well. So probably in June, on council agenda, you're going to see and hear a presentation from me about a strategic plan for HR. And that partners with some things I've talked about before during strategic planning, and that's succession planning. That'll be a document that I can hand on to the future HR director for the town of Bluffton, a blueprint of what we do, if you will. And I think, Scott, you may have said this earlier, where it's a living, breathing document that we're working on and that we have here. That's what the HR strategic plan will be, a living, breathing document, just to keep modifying, making it better, and working together. We have other points of HR that you all know about. We help the town organization. That's the strategic initiative that we're under. So we definitely participate with recruiting efforts. I had a HR team member with the chief on Saturday at their recruiting event. And you all have seen me in play with when we recruited our great police chief. And we'll work together as we talk about the town manager recruitment efforts as well. We have had a lot of success with an intern program, and Brian McElwee's team is actually going to pilot a high school intern program. We're working with May River High School and Bluffton High School to hopefully pilot program that and see how that works. In addition, you'll see in budget that I'll probably ask for 6 interns for the summer. The other team members in the room have said, yes, I want to intern, and it's been so great. It's been so great to have the youth and the new eyes, the new vision. So we definitely want to continue that as well. The other things we do is making sure that everybody is treated fairly, and that they know that they can come to us if they need something, if they need help with something. We talk about training, but we also talk about employees getting fair performance evaluations and making sure they know they have a voice in that and that we can help them. My team put out a newsletter last year, and we want to continue that. And we're also kicking around an idea of a mentorship program. So hopefully you'll hear more about that. We've learned how to do a lot of things virtually, include interviews, onboarding, and exit interviews. So those things will continue, but we sure look forward to the day when we can take these off and we can be face-to-face and hug people. We miss that too. HR is all about communication, all about the people. That's just some of the highlights that I wanted to make sure you were aware of. With the strategic initiative, again, we're all about the town organization and taking really good care of our staff. Do you all have any questions?
Do we have questions? I have a couple, Catherine, and you don't need a succession plan for you, so you just put that book in your drawer. Interns, I'm curious, and I've seen it really through other boards I've been on where we give scholarships and we keep a group going. I would love to see that you stay in touch with them and see where these interns are going. But I think we've had these for, 3 years now, a group of them, but we've always, your department, we've had interns that have actually come in to work with the town. So it'd be great to see, do we keep in touch with them? If not, I think we should. Should we have some kind of just ongoing dialogue to see where they are, because we've had some amazing, amazing young people, and I think we have one right now, Savannah Littlejohn, which I don't know if y'all know, but she is kind of a continuing intern that's helping us with our comp plan, and it's just, we might keep her here now when she graduates. She just may come back home, which is a thrill. The Town Council Operating and Administrative Procedures Manual, is that something your department works on?
That will be something out of the executive office, working with the town clerk to be sure that's aligned properly with our
Okay.
Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances and with South Carolina Code, and they're all in sync.
So that's under you?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
well,
That's correct.
that needs to be updated. I looked at it over the past month,
Yep.
and there are even some things in there I don't even I think they were cut and paste.
Right.
And it was updated in 14. Okay, so
Yep,
I don't
we
need
will
to ask
update
you
that.
about that. Anything else, guys? That's all I really had. Hey, great job, Catherine. Thank you. Okay, Scott,
Next up is Tommy, your Chief Technology Officer.
Tommy.
Good morning, staff and council. I just wanted to give you a quick overview of some of the IT action agenda items for the strategic plan, and then just give you a highlight of the last 12 months with IT. The first one is our electronic retention policy on our action agenda item. That will be to council in May. It's just a policy to give us a timeline for archiving important documents, email, everything, follow the state regulations for keeping that information. And like I said, that will be to you guys in a consent agenda in May. The second one is our cybersecurity policy and training. That was adopted this month in consent agenda. This is a policy to enact quarterly training for everyone that has a town email address. Anyone that, like I said, has a Town of Bluffton email address is enrolled in a quarterly training. It's just to help with recognizing phishing attacks, spoofing emails. Just it helps make everyone a little more aware. This is a continuing battle, but these training programs or training videos and different trainings that we have help staff to recognize it. And we've, I can't give you the amount of phishing emails that we deal with daily, but as staff become more aware of recognizing those, and it gives us more security internally. The other action agenda item is with the public safety cameras. This year IT became the project manager for that. We've been working with the police department to make that system more efficient. We've expanded into our new public parks, Veterans Park, Wright Family Park, the public parking area on May River Road at the end of Dr. Mellenchamp. We've added cameras there, and we'll continue to, like I said, work with the police department addressing those existing cameras for scheduled replacement, making sure the system's up, recordings are in place and everything like that. And last, I just wanted to kind of give you an overview of the department for the year. We've covered a lot of major projects. We've migrated to hosted email to make us more efficient with hurricane preparedness, any power interruptions, things like that. With Microsoft being our email host, it's on a government secure cloud. Like I said, if hopefully we don't, but if we had a hurricane to take out power, take out our connection to the police department, before we would have loss of email. So now, with it being hosted by Microsoft, just makes us more efficient. As long as you have internet connection, you have access to your email. One of our big projects, it was originally a 24-month project, and with the pandemic, we just wanted to make that a little quicker. Our citizen self-service portal, so what that is gives the ability to electronically submit plans, permits, request facility rentals, gives staff the ability to do electronic review all online. So this cuts down on dropping off plans, into a bin at the front while we're closed to the public. We've worked with growth management, engineering, finance. This was a big collaborative project. IT, like I said, when the pandemic hit, we sped that process up into about a 14-month project instead of 24-month project. We also this year upgraded public Wi-Fi to all of our parks. So it has daylight to dusk access in all of our public parks for public Wi-Fi. It's content filtered, so you're not sitting in a park watching inappropriate things, but gives the public access. We already had it at DuBose and Oyster Factory, but this year we added Martin Family, Wright Family, and Veterans Park to that listing, and you can sit out, surf the internet, watch town council on Facebook or on the internet while you're in the park. But that was one of our bigger projects. Also, on our GIS side, we had some more user-friendly ability with Bluffton Explorer and our CIP story maps. Our GIS division is responsible for that. Bluffton Explorer is a great tool for anybody that doesn't use it. Highly recommend it. Ryan and Nick do an awesome job with different map layers showing the growth, the expansion of the town, development, everything like that. And just the last coverage with the pandemic, I think IT has been stretched and grown a lot this year. We've had procedures in place with hurricanes, so on a smaller scale with remote work, we had VPN ability. We had the ability to remotely support someone that had a computer problem instead of being right in front of them. But it was on a smaller scale. With the last 10 months with the pandemic and more staff working remotely, we've grown a lot. We've, I think, overcome quite a few challenges. It's helped. I think all of my staff members, it's been a stressful 10 months, but I think it's helped us to grow in ourselves with making, with finance, working from home, or even with customer service. One of the policies we had or procedures we had with hurricane preparedness was giving staff the remote ability to answer their desk phone at home with a teleworker device. So we implemented that. And just with our day-to-day support, for the calendar year of 2020, we had over 2,200 help desk requests this year.
You have what?
We had over 2,200 help desk requests. So that's our help desk is our ticketing system to help staff submit a request. So instead of emailing me and I may not be in front of my computer or phone, it goes to a help desk portal. We have certain categories that certain people specifically work through, and it automatically assigns them. So it's been a great year. IT, like I said, we've kind of been stretched and we've grown, but really proud of the work we've done this year. If you guys have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Questions for Tommy? How big's your department, Tommy? How many underneath you?
So on the IT side, we have 3 IT support members. On GIS, we have 2, and then you have myself, so 6 total.
A lot of work from
Yes, ma'am.
a few people.
Thank you.
Great job.
Yeah, really. Thank you for getting us connected outside of town hall.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I just want to add that especially during a pandemic, if the IT department is not successful, no department in the town is successful. We all rely on IT day in and day out. If they're doing a great job, then everything's normal. So it's they don't get pats on the back for doing a great job because we just think that's normal operations. So I want to say hats off to Tommy and his crew for the job that they've done to keep us all in business these last 10 months. And we're continuing to look forward. We're continuing to find new ways to air our meetings publicly. We're exploring some options with Scott Grooms and his people with regard to how we can perhaps start broadcasting our meetings directly on our webpage, like we have spoken about previously, and I know you talked to Mark about that. So we're looking at those options and how we can do that going forward. So they're continuing to evolve as the pandemic evolves, and they have risen to the occasion at every turn. So thank you to Tommy and crew.
Absolutely, Tommy. Okay.
I just want to add too, because I've been here the whole year with everybody, and I look out at the room, and I would say too, and everybody has been full speed ahead. But had it not been for our IT director, and had it not been for our human resources director, taking care of the technology, taking care of the people, and creating or setting the conditions for us to be very successful in, we would not be here reporting all of these great things to you today.
Yeah.
So great job to both.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mark. Okay, Scott.
Last but certainly not least is our municipal court clerk, Lisa, who's going to update you on some a very different year for our court, but pleased that the way that they operated kind of led the way for the other courts in the area, and they were a great example to others. So they were the operation to benchmark. So
But
speaks
she's
well of her.
smiling, I think.
She is. I
If her
can see it in
mask
her
goes
eyes.
any higher, I'm not
I
going to
can see
know.
Good morning. I will be
morning.
brief because I see we're close to lunch. I was just looking at my notes and going over, you know, the question we had to look at during this pandemic is, what does court look like? We're used to coming in person and talking to the officer and going before the judge, but now how can we do that safely? We had to rely heavily on court administration because they govern us and they tell us what we can and can't do. And at the same time, we wanted to continue to move cases. These are cases that could stall people from getting employment or housing, depending on what that charge could be. So we wanted to make sure that we stayed in touch. We wanted to make sure we stayed in line, and we wanted to also, like Catherine said, collaborate with our fellow in our county. We meet regularly with Port Royal and Beaufort City and Beaufort County to see what others are doing. And I'm happy to report that we weren't stalled that long. We stopped March 27th and was able to resume having court sessions regularly May 12th safely. Mark had the great idea, what about court outside? What about thinking outside the box? What does that look like? So in fact, we went to work, we got everyone's approval, of course, and I had to collaborate with a lot. I could not do this without IT support, law enforcement support, and also our judge and staff. And facilities, oh, they were wonderful. They set up for us weekly so that we made sure that we had a safe environment whenever people came in place. We had a Zoom station outside, so then that way our judge and our staff could Zoom in and the defendants and our officers could still have that atmosphere of a court proceeding. I'm happy to report that with doing that, moving it from inside to outside, we were able to develop that virtual reality for those that now that did not develop that in place are suspended court hearings now. We're able to still continue on when others are not able to. We made sure that we had clean and sanitized high-touch areas. We made sure we cleaned before and after every session. We made sure that we had social distancing signs and we were 6 feet. We wore our facial coverings. One thing we did add, we prepared new slips for our law enforcement to add to defendants that got, so they didn't know what to do. What does court look like in our environment? So now they have that in both English and Spanish with every citation that goes out. We also, which is new for us, the programs that we offer through the court are done virtually, whereas they never did that before, so that makes it more convenient, especially for our people that may get an infraction if they're out of state, out of town. They don't have to take off work. They can do that in the convenience of their home. And I'm happy to report also, as of January 11th, we are totally remote. Our law enforcement center, they go to the LAC every Tuesday for our court hearings. Our defendants and victims and attorneys, they Zoom from their location, and all our staff, they're working remotely. And we've been able to still maintain 2 sessions every Tuesday without fail. Just to give you a little bit, we were able to close out almost 2,000 cases from March to December. The biggest feat that we've had as an impact, and is no fault of our own, is our jury trials. Those people do have a right to request a jury trial, and unfortunately, in our environment, we can't have them. It's just not safe. What a jury trial looks like is we're summoning 200 people to come in to sit on a panel, and we pick from those for those jury trials. So as of right now, our jury trials have grown from approximately from 32 pending to now 135. But we do have expectations that once we're able to do it safely, that we'll do that. Some trends that other courts are doing that we've put in place, of course, I said earlier, we don't have jury trials. We've suspended totally in-person hearings per court administration, and we're using total remote communications, which has helped too because, like I said, people don't have to take off work. They can do it from the safety of their home or their car or the location, wherever they are. And also we're doing another thing as far as granting extensions for paying court funds, or if they need to reschedule for court hearings because they may have a doctor's appointment or anything of that nature. But any questions we have so far with what I've said in reference to what we've done with court?
Questions for Lisa? Who dictates jury trials in a municipal level? Is that the Supreme Court as well?
I'm sorry?
Who dictates, what triggers that you're allowed to have jury trials again?
It's statewide.
Statewide. So is that Supreme Court, state Supreme
That
Court?
would be court
They can request a jury trial.
Okay. What are you hearing from them? Do you stay in touch with them on a frequent basis?
They
or?
actually send us updates regularly. They're the ones that, it comes through court administration. Chief Justice Beatty prepares orders that tells us what we can and can't do. And because of the uptick, they suspended us having any in-person hearings at all. Okay. So if you weren't already doing court cases remote, you're pretty much putting your court cases on pause until they release that. Thankfully for us, we never stopped doing Zoom, okay. So we did not have to put a pause in what we were doing, so we're still able to maintain court.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Any other questions?
Lisa, if I may.
Speak into this so the county can hear. That's okay.
Do you, does it seem like a lot of people are asking for jury trials now?
Yes, I'll be honest. If you want to delay a proceeding, yes, they do have that right to request a jury trial. So yes, we do have an increase in that.
So a lot of those same people might just come back
and I will
might
say
be quick
this,
jury trial.
I will say this, my staff does a due diligence in making sure that those open lines of communication are there. It may just be that someone just needs a delay for a couple months. So we bring them back to the table regularly to see if there's any changes that we can make. And another thing that I want to add is we had to change of how we do court. What are we saying? Usually is come to court to do this, come to court to do that. What can we do beforehand? So that's one form of communication that we're doing. If there's a program that you want to do, is it a reduction you need? What can we do to help the process move a little bit more efficiently?
Mr. Wood?
I'm just curious with the backlog, I guess you're trying to put a plan in place to get through that backlog, and it's going to continue to grow from what I'm hearing.
Yes, it is continuing to grow. We have maintained to keep it underneath 1,000, which is significant. For some courts have way over that amount. So I only have a backlog of 700. And like I said, a lot of those are juries, which are over 100. So a lot of those cases are jury. And we do have some cases that are in our programs too. So that contributed to that, the pending number.
90% of them.
Any other questions? You have a great department, Lisa. I miss seeing y'all
I
there.
miss seeing you too, Mayor.
And how old are your twins?
They'll be 15 February 2nd.
You started here when you were pregnant.
I was here, in fact, I had just had them.
Yeah, yes.
And yes, and they'll be 15, so.
Yes, that's amazing to see them grow up, and you do a great job for us, and we so appreciate your hard work on this and keeping us safe. Okay, Scott.
Well, Mayor and Council, we have gone through our staff updates of items on the action agenda that you identified in your latest strategic plan. The next item would be item 5, and that is a opportunity and a time for town council to discuss strategic priorities. That is an open discussion time for you to discuss what's on your mind as a conversation starter if you need it. I've given you a list of topics you might want to consider talking about because I know these are topics that are on your mind from time to time. Some of them would be helpful to have to know what's on your mind as we head into budget season, to be sure we have your strategic priorities aligned with your fiscal resources and that we're heading in the right direction as far as that goes. But simply put, this is your time. We'll have lunch delivered around noon. Is that right, Kim? 11:45. So we are
Where
about
are your
15 minutes from lunch.
suggested, are you in a tab with suggested?
No, I slipped that into your binder in the left pocket.
Oh, thank you very much.
So.
Okay, well, I think we have a discussion and everyone take notes and let's start it. Do you want to lead it? Do you want to just go through your list just for the public watching?
Right.
Some of Scott's notes for us to talk about or think about are economic development, annexation, which we've been talking about this morning, sustainable community strategies, multi-jurisdictional projects, comprehensive plan, historic Old Town master plan and code alignment, UDO edits, Christmas parade, budget policies and expectations. So maybe use this to write your notes on other topics and throw it out. Who wants to bring up a subject and let's discuss? Bridget, you're up.
Yes, I have two things that I would like to bring to the forefront. One, in being someone who grew up here and who left the area for the same reason but came back, we've done a wonderful job in this town of creating passive parks and other things that young families especially can enjoy. My nephew has to come out here every single day to the Oscar Frazier Park because he just absolutely loves it. But I see there's a component that we've missed in terms of our parks and the services we provide don't really speak to our teen group. And that group, and like the age group, maybe I would say probably like our high school, middle school, high school population. And if we could think of or come up with something that would be able to address that, because when you hear from our youth, a lot of times they'll say they don't really feel that there's anything here for them. There's nothing really for them to do. And when we look at all of our parks, it's not something that a teen is going to be dying to come out to go to. So just in seeing some of the things we've had happen in our town in recent years with them, it'd be nice to have an outlet that they can come to and be able to actually have something to do. So I don't know what the perfect response is for that, but if we could maybe poll a few of them, or even some of you might have ideas or suggestions of things that we could look into to create a place that is for them, to say that they are included in our thoughts.
Let's jump on that real quick.
Okay.
I have a thought, and then let's all just maybe discuss it one at a time. We have a teen youth council that is comprised of students. It changes every year, but all over. I think with Christian Academy here now, I think there are 2 students from there. The thought is get them together. They're the high schoolers that used to be middle schoolers a minute ago. And what do they see? Maybe that's one of their, just a thought, one of their issues this year to tackle and give us some advice on it. 'Cause I don't know what I think it's awesome, and I think they should sit out there and read a book, but I'm not a high schooler.
And
So,
I doubt very seriously you were doing that.
I wasn't, but I grew up in a small town that had no parks, so I had to be creative. Thoughts? What do y'all think of Bridget's thoughts on that one
I don't know
topic?
the answers. I would think maybe some form of, we have things here, like over Buckwalter, the complex out there that the county has. I think the key would be to try to do maybe like a little assessment just to figure out what is available in this area to the people that you're speaking to, and maybe it's a matter of dialing them into what's already here, or maybe they come up with something to add or tweak something. I don't know, but
Yeah.
you start with what you have and look at it, and then go from there.
So let them look at what we have all over, not just the town.
Right.
Youth and government's another one that plays to both high schools. Student government, I mean, I can list 4 or 5 things where we
Would
can
be a
get
good
some
place to pull some
stakeholders
feedback.
and
That'd be good.
maybe we go out and get those teachers whatever presentation, again, without adding too much on this workload, but maybe at least get their advice from people who are living it and breathing it. But I like your idea, let's include everything. County, what are the assets for young people? Any other thoughts on Bridget's? She has 2, she wants to give a second thought, but.
Mayor, if I
Bridget,
could.
First,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
it's pretty challenging to me. I mean, if I look at the park, honestly, I never see what the teens do other than maybe those ones that are dangerous, like skateboarding and basketball or something like that. But that's the only basketball courts or skating park. But if I even think about the other communities, I can't think of anything that they do that's different from what we have. It look like most times kids that want to go outside and play are not teens. Teens want to drive a car.
Well, I think it'd be good to get their perspective and,
Yeah.
you know, we kind of followed that theme, let's do us, not do them.
Right.
Kind of thing. And, I mean, that's just us taking it on as ourselves. We could get 1 or 2 council members and kind of do our, not to add the stress on staff, they could give us a good, a map of what we have and say, what do y'all see? There was a lady, and I've just lost her name. But she was at, she did the McCracken. She did the think out of the box kind of thing when Mr. Henderson was there, and you were there. Some of us were asked to present, and it was really cool, that middle school world, what they thought would be good for them to do. It was like what ideas for middle schoolers. So
If I could just jump on that for just a moment, Mayor. One of the important pieces of information to have with an issue like this is, what are the needs? And so first, I think we identify the needs, and one of the ways that we could help identify those needs is, we already have an item, one of your action agenda items that you adopted last year is a community needs survey. And that's something that we have programmed for FY22 to administer that. And we can have a strong component working with Councilwoman Frazier and others to identify the right questions to ask to get to what that need is. And then once we have those needs identified, in the out years, you can then get together and you can program whether it needs to be partnerships with the county that have to be strengthened for recreational opportunities, or whether we need to encourage more businesses that are teen-friendly, youth-focused. That needs assessment will give us that information, and then I think you can have the ability to move forward with some good data in hand.
well, there are a lot of private, I know I get calls all the time on amenities for young people, and where can they go and where can they look? And I think we can also incorporate, maybe that's a SoLoco thing too. It doesn't have to be in the Bluffton 29910 zip code. Right now we could have a circle around Buckwalter, 5 minutes out, and you're into another county and 2 other towns. So maybe it's a kind of a group thing. There's something opening this week at Berkeley Place. I mean, it's things we need to get together and put a whole list, because these kids may realize now, oh my gosh, there are things for us to do. We can bowl, we can go to the kids zone, which looked like the 2 adults I saw going there, it looked like it was as much fun for grown-ups as it is for young people. That's opening. But I think we can talk about it before 2022. Now, yeah.
Are you talking about in the park or just in general?
No, I'm saying just in general.
Oh, okay, that's different, okay.
Yeah, just quickly, my kids are post-college now, and we talked about this at one point a couple of years ago, and they said, we always said we had nothing, and I like your idea, I'm not discounting it. We always said we had nothing to do, and then we realized we had a lot to do. We could go to the river, or we could walk to here, or we could start getting coffee, and I'm curious, that age group, what it is they feel they're lacking, and let's see if we can't help them see it's out there or it's coming, or how they can be engaged and help us, like with that skate park. That was 100% teenagers. What was your other item?
Yeah, and then my other item is a conversation I've had before with Chief and Mark at one time. I would like for us, I see on here the suggestion about budget policies. When it comes to our police department, I do like the idea of moving into and being able to fund a like a crisis response team. So for emergency, like non-threatening calls, like let's say that there's a mental health inquiry or issue going on, instead of just dispatching an officer, being able to send out someone who can give proper assistance and do a follow-up, like a social worker or a crisis response therapist or something like that. I would love to see, as we talk about working on and improving community relationships with law enforcement, I just see that as being a true way to respond and like serve our community, and even be able to unburden our officers in some way, because now, like if there's a mental health call, our officer will have to travel to MUSC to drop that person off and then come back, and there's no follow-up really with that. So I think as we look at our budget with the police department, I think there's certain things that we probably could alleviate, and I think this would be an issue that would go a long way with them and with us as a community and what we're trying to create. So I would love to be able to see that.
So that we're jumping into budget. If anyone has anything else on that.
Chief may have a comment or two that she could offer for some.
Yeah,
insight.
and while she's standing up there, it is a budget. Does it fall under the police department, or does it partner with, because we're not NAMI, we're not the mental health. That's kind of more of a county level.
We would be doing it. We would have to do a partnership.
We'd have to partner with them and have someone on what staff? Is it police? Is it first responders? Who gets the call? I think they need to stay involved and just have that partnership. But it is a budget. It would be a budget request for you.
Maybe that's a county discussion, because the sheriff's department has already encountered that very issue with some of their own deputies, and it could be something that, if it's approached from a county perspective and tie into Duffy Stone's organization, maybe somebody there maintains people on staff that everybody has access to. But that's just throwing something out.
It'd be a little different because like the city of Savannah has recently implemented it, but it'd be town of Bluffton, and how you would do it, because we could provide the funding in our budget to employ whoever the person is from NAMI or the crisis response person who would come in. It would be just like now we send out the pastors to go along with officers. We would instead now be sending out these individuals to go along if that were the particular call that they would receive.
So you're okay. Now I see where you're going. So it'd be similar to a chaplain program under the police department. But the only thing, I just sitting here for years, I think just because they stop somebody doesn't mean they're a resident. We've got to be willing to take care of all, which I think goes back to we've got to have some kind of agreement with the sheriff's department as well, because we never know where that person, which I think we should help everybody if we can, but then we're going to go back to residents saying, wait a minute, y'all are helping someone in another town or another county. How does she manage that? And she's standing up at the mic, but I hear you. So did you understand that kind of a chaplain version?
Absolutely, I absolutely understood that. So I have a couple comments on this very thing. Thank you very much for allowing us to bring this up. So one thing I want you to know is one of the goals in the police department this year is to make sure that over 50% of our operational staff is CIT trained before the end of this year. We're on track to get that done. We recently had to cancel a class due to, of course, COVID concerns, but we're going to get that done. And over 50% of your police department, if not 100%, I'd like to shoot higher than 50, that seemed like a reasonable number that are going to be CIT trained. We're also exploring exactly what you talked about, having a behavioral health person in place at the law enforcement center. We're in talks with NAMI right now for that and what that would look like. We're exploring also not just here locally with it's been done locally, but what's being done regionally. And I know that one of our operations lieutenants is in contact with a different police agency who was recently on Police One's website that had done that very thing. I'd also like to say too, we're exploring having a social worker within the law enforcement arena, because it's not just, mental health. It is also, day-to-day struggles that people have when they can't afford rent and they can't afford food for their children or childcare and things like that may not necessarily be a police matter. What we're looking at getting is really to the root of problems of why you need help and what you're calling 911 for. We love answering 911 calls. We have no problem with that. But what we really want to do is help the people of Bluffton and help our citizens in Bluffton and make sure that they're getting the services that they need and getting the help that they need with that. So you'll be hearing more about this in the future.
Please, more than just in a consent agenda. I think this is something we should let a lot of people know. I've seen more calls recently, and your reports are a little more detailed than we've ever gotten before, and I appreciate it. There are more calls of service that you're showing. I've just been sad by seeing the underage, and I don't know what age that is, but I'm guessing high school calls, suicide calls. That it's not said who it is or where it is, but then they're taken to MUSC or domestic abuse. I've seen more this year than I think I've ever seen or heard about. And our SRO officers play a role in all of this. They have to be that high school kid's best friend, as well as authority figure, because I think they probably will get it at a high school level. I think a lot of these issues over the last year all of us have mental health issues. It's just been, to the extreme level when you're stuck at home, or you may have lost your job, or you don't know you have a job, and you don't know that you're getting lunch, your kids aren't at school. It would affect every one of us in this room. So please, I think that's worthy to let all of us know and be a part of this.
All right, and just final comment, and then we have to move on.
Thank you, Chief.
But the need for this is so important, because one of the things that I heard in a discussion on this was that when we think about law enforcement has been trained traditionally in this country to respond to criminal activity. So their response is always to come in and be able to handle, to mitigate, that. When we're looking now at the different reasons people are calling in, someone who's feeling suicidal, who's having thoughts of that, shouldn't be viewed as a criminal or have someone respond or approach them in that manner. We need to be able to also staff and equip ourselves to have people who will go in to give them the service that they need, and that just takes away, that dynamic. So I think it's important to be able to bring these social workers and behavior specialists on board.
Yeah. Thank you, Bridget. Mm-hmm. And I do think we've got to do it in partnership. I think there's some things out of our world that's already established. So thank you for bringing that up. And Chief, thank you. You read her mind. Anyone else on a list of these things? We'll go around, then we'll go around again.
Well, Mayor, I'd like to point out that your lunch has arrived.
Good.
Anytime you want to take a break.
Well,
and do
let me
that.
ask Council, do you want to think about it? Let's eat, bring it up. I mean, we can eat. Do you want to take a minute to eat, or do you want to work, eat, work?
Question, how do we look for time?
You're really good on time right now.
You on time?
Yeah, I didn't expect to get to this part of the discussion until after we had
You mean
lunch.
with all the talking the mayor's doing?
I'm
Yes, sir,
okay. Why don't we sit at the
Can't blame it
table?
on me today, Fred.
Keep it going, because
Yeah.
let's sit at the table and, I've told Larry to be quiet, we'll get out early. Let's keep going. If we can get out by two, I'm happy.
Okay.
Are y'all okay with that, or do you want your own lunch
I'm good.
moment? Because we're all gonna be looking at you eating.
Make it a working lunch.
Okay, let's get lunch. Kim, how do you want to do this, or who's in charge?
They're box lunches, so everybody can just grab one. They're all the same.
They're all the same, okay? So get your lunch and let's sit back down. And do you have enough for the whole room? Kim, is it? Everyone. Everyone who's here has a box lunch. 5-minute break, if y'all can. Would you say the blessing, Fred? Will you do the blessing? started it. During the break, Michael Bell, who's our person, representative on the board of Beaufort Jasper Water Sewer Authority, told me about how Beaufort Jasper is working on the sustainability of the future of their utility, how they incorporate kids and internships. They're having a Beaufort Jasper college of sorts to bring in young people. And he asked what we were doing as a town. That's a good question. Sustaining where we are and keeping our, and Bridget mentioned it, keeping 37 from going to 40, average age. How do we, we have the young lady that lives in Bluffton, went to May River. She was an intern. She went to Wake Forest. They're all working crazy remotely. Savannah has an internship now with us continuously, working on our comp plan. I think that right there could get in her mind, I might have a place in Bluffton when I graduate, because so many of these kids think about where they leave, but even if they do leave, how do we get them back? So what are your thoughts? Sustainability of our town, of our, Michael, you want to mention kind of, and if you can talk really loudly because you don't have a microphone. And how we could do what they do, maybe, or mirror it.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. As I indicated to the Mayor, we're sitting here listening, and we're able to write notes and jot down thoughts while you guys think and talk. So we are able to do one thing, not multiple. But a couple of things that jumped out at me is that we have similar type challenges at the Water Authority. And as you might know, labor pool is a big issue for us. When we see the statistics, they're saying that many of our folks across the nation are going to be aging out of the workforce soon. So we have put together, and this has now been in the throes for some years now, we've put together a BJWSA University, which is designed to, we bring our entry-level employees in, and then we, of course, we have our instructors who work with them to grow them, give them opportunity to advance through the organization. We teach them our skills. We're growing our own. With that being as the backbone of what we do, we have now embarked upon an internship program. And we're about to implement that, but the bones of it have been put in place already. And we have interviewed several students from Ridgeland Hardeeville High School. We're going to interview other students from high school in Beaufort. And those whom we select will become an intern, and they will learn about the business. And in hopes of training them, getting them into the interest level of it, and then eventually becoming an employee, fall into our BJWSA University. One of the things that we really hope to do with that is expand that into a scholarship type program later on, so that those who want to move on and do advanced learning, we then will help them. And this is not something that we're creating as a new wheel. We are just building upon what other organizations do. So that's where we're going with the employee side of it. We're also looking at sustainability, because we want to make sure that our organization's green. We are working to look at our organization from top to bottom and see that see what we're doing, how we're doing it, and how we can do it better as far as sustainability goes. What do we mean when we say sustainability? We know that's a buzzword now. But we really want to make sure that we're watching our carbon footprint, we're saving as much money as we can for our ratepayers, and we're doing it in a very eco-sensitive manner. Many of you know about what we're doing, and some of you may not, but we are also looking forward to documenting what we do and making sure that folks understand what we're doing. We have water reuse programs all around the county in the form of golf courses. We put a lot of effluent on golf courses. We've recharged a wetland area. We do a lot of stuff that helps the environment, but we also want to do more. And so that's what we're doing from those aspects. So we're looking at our workforce, we're looking at what we do and how we do it. And so we've been confronted with a lot of the challenges the town of Bluffton has, and I just think that we are on a similar path, and with that, we'd like to make sure that we share knowledge and go from there. So those are the things that I threw out to the mayor, and that's what some of the things we're doing. As I said, we have a study committee, ad hoc committee that's looking at our organization from top to bottom. How can we do better? We'll have a fleet study that's taking a look at all of our vehicles and things that we do and how we do it. And so it's an opportunity for us to, as I said, green our organization.
Thank you, Michael. And even, I mean, I look at this room, y'all are all the ones that are keeping our age lower if your kids stay here. Like Kenneth, your son, he went to May River because of the engineering program, right?
He's at Bluffton.
Yay. Well, both schools are awesome. But his focus was at some point engineering,
It is.
right?
Mhm.
Brian mentioned earlier, he's bringing in an intern. We're doing the intern side. I think we've had the most interns that we've ever had. But that's great. We can't fund scholarships. That's the tough part. A town can't pay a scholarship for an intern. That's a great idea to spread out to other companies to get them in the loop. And that's where Don Ryan Center, I wanted you to stay, David, because maybe that's a Don Ryan Center initiative. How do we engage our youth? Bridget kind of expounded a little bit after she spoke. She was thinking more of our kids that are not having babies and families quite yet, but maybe just moved back here. I have a second daughter that just moved back here. How do you engage that college to 28-year-old, that teacher, people who grew up here that now are ready to come back? How do we engage them and let them know there are things for them to do? And I do think, if y'all jump in, is that a discussion with our business incubator of, do we do a video like Evacor did? They were doing a recruitment video to bring in young people. Their average age was like really young when you take away the higher execs. It was like 28 years old. So sustainability, keeping our youth here, keeping them engaged. Y'all have thoughts? No. Kenneth? You got a child that'll be going to college soon. You think he'll come back here? Money?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I can share my own thoughts. When I left back when I was 17, I didn't think that I would be back so soon. My plan was to go off, experience a different part of the country, and retire here, right? So I didn't think that I was going to be here this young. But, kind of looking from where I am now, I'm glad that I'm home.
Yeah.
I am.
So we've got to hit, what do we make others, the college-age versions of you, realize that 3-4 years out of college, or maybe right out of college, this is the place to come back to.
Right.
Who told you that you're young?
Are you
I'm younger than you are.
Are you younger than our average age? Then you're young, dear.
Yeah, I'm about around.
There you go. Thoughts? Anybody have other look at our list? Thank you, Michael. I think all that's,
Well,
Scott's writing notes.
it's my opinion, when you travel around a little bit and you go and check some other places out, and after you stay, you might like snow or ice or mountains or whatever. I think after a year or two, you'll probably be on your way back to Bluffton anyway. If you're from here and you grew up here, you'll probably be back.
Well,
I don't doubt that most people would come back, if,
Well, I think those who engage in your town work every day to get your children back. But how about I sit on the Heritage Board in another area, as Kenneth does, and my part is scholarship committee. And when we interview these kids, my question to them is, are you're getting a $5,000 a year scholarship for every 4 years of your college life. You coming back home? And I shock them. And one was to a family, very well known here, and he didn't quite know how to answer it. He's like, I don't think I'm coming home. Okay. My child would have never said that. So I think we're in a bubble because we're in it and we know how great it is. How do we spread the greatness to, now we have 3 high schools 4 high schools, if you count John Paul, with Christian Academy, how do we make sure they leave with that in the back of their mind?
And being cognizant of the fact that they're not engaged, here.
Right.
We're losing them to the Greenvilles and the Charlottes and wherever else. And if we, pull our even teacher retention numbers of those who work, here, or may work in Hilton Head or Beaufort, but live in Bluffton, that is a big gripe. And if you go off and come back, you stay because you do love the area and your family's here, but there is that lack of engagement. And so we want to keep young talents in Bluffton. We want their talents, their entrepreneurship that's going to invest back into our economy. We don't want them to go elsewhere.
And Anthony, when you just said that, and David, Low Country Works, we had a site, and I'm not sure where it is now, but we've got to get this site out to these students and college students to let them know what they could come back to. Not just that we're saying, oh, you can get a job, and then the follow-up, well, where? And then I'll be like, hold on, but Low Country Works, maybe you could jump in where we are?
The decision was made earlier this year to table that for now. It wasn't being promoted properly and
Someone told you to stand up. Yeah.
There we go. The decision was made earlier this year to table Low Country Works for the time being. It was a service we had to pay for, and it was never really generating the traction and getting the awareness we thought. That's where it is right now. I'm sure it could be revisited, of course. It was a great, as you know, you saw it. It was a different way to do things, and I'm a big believer in it, but right now it's not something we're offering, but it's something we could look at again if council directs us to do that.
Well, was that from the budget side or from, because I think it's definitely worth it, and it'll be on my note at budget to ask to put it back in.
I came in kind of at the tail end of this, but I believe it was based somewhat on budget and somewhat of priorities and past performance and a lot of things together. I think also the company that manages the platform wanted to raise the price, and DRCI is very focused now with management of return on investment and lowering the cost center side of Don Ryan. So I think all those things together made them go, this is not necessary right now. But it certainly is something we could revisit.
Well, and it goes back to conversations I've had with council on all of us not being on the same page. And if this council's on the same page to give opportunities to that college career professional, we need everyone on our page. So I think that and I'm just speaking for myself and I think Bridget right now, but if y'all are okay to look at that, I mean, that is sustaining it's right here, sustainable community strategies. So it's important to me we got to have tools to show these college students
I have
what's
a
around.
real world example. I'm living this right now. My daughter, Madison's 24, graduated from Auburn, got a very nice offer to work for a really large company, but she had to move to Chicago. She didn't want to go to Chicago. She loves the Low Country. She loves Bluffton. And she bought a house in the farm. And she lives over there and has a roommate, to make expenses and things like that. And she's working in the equestrian division up at Brays Island up in Shelton, because she loves horses. But we've talked about, well, what else do you want to do? Because the equestrian side is very, very punishing physically, and early mornings, and horses don't take days off, that type of thing. And so it is a challenge for someone she's right in the age group you're talking about. 23-year-olds came back. What do I do now? Well, keep looking, sweetie. There's some other things, I tell her it took me a while to figure out what I wanted to do. It probably takes a lot of people that, but she may be an outlier in that she realized really what was here and had been around a little bit more to go, this is where I want to be. I don't want to go where it's cold. I don't want to go where it's all city. She appreciates the environment we have. But I think a lot of the challenges are that people her age and younger realize, well, I do want to get out and see what else is out there. And then later on, they realize, oh, I really had it good. But sometimes life experience teaches us that, not logic. that type of thing.
Sounds like what I said.
That's exactly what Larry said. But you're in our bubble too.
Yeah.
If I went to somebody we don't see all the time and asked them, we need to help guide the other 23,000 people's focus on why to come back home. Thoughts? I don't want to do all the
I have a thought. Mayor? I have
Yes,
a
sir.
thought. I think we're on the right track. It's really quality of life. It's part of the focus.
Just wrote that.
That you can't fake it, it's authentic, and you can't find it in many other places. So what makes Bluffton and the Low Country region special? It is the quality of life. It's the people. And I think as an organization and where your focus has been to focus on investments that are good for families, right? So whether they're living here for 1 year or living here for 4 generations and beyond, you know, just from the sense of investment in quality of life infrastructure, road, water, sewer, stormwater, but then also finding some new revenues and investing in family-oriented parks. If you take a look at our parks, the reason people love them, and we'll use Martin Family Park for a second because we keep talking about Wright family, but let's get back to Martin for a minute. Martin Family Park is a park named after a family, but it's for families. Everybody that goes there has something. And now the farmer's market wants to be near it. And so I think that the gravity of it is careful attention to detail as within your span of control, our span of control, right? What can we control? We can't make kids come back. We can set the conditions for that. We can invest in the infrastructure. We can demand that new residential and new commercial fit. And so that quality of life over time doesn't change. We talk a lot about Bluffton vernacular. We talk a lot about, you know, the town that's growing up, but we've never, and it's a lot to you, and I've thought through this a lot lately, it's a lot to you as a council, holding very tight that Bluffton will remain a small community, not in sense of size and geography, but in the sense of your expectations that you have for us as a staff, whether you're a police officer pulling someone over, whether you're a public works person, whether you're a town manager. It's just you're demanding that we hold true that family value in this town. And I think the rest of it is right up here on that screen. We're working on those elements that continue to enhance the quality of life in our community. So we're setting the conditions.
And I think that hits all the people I'm seeing walk around today out here, but where do you keep the people who moved here to raise a family, or those that moved here before all this was here that had family and you desperately need, and I tell people, you're a town because of your family brings back family. There are areas around us that aren't really communities because their family leaves and never comes back. There's no legacy. And that's the person who moved here last week with their family and they want them to come back. Or it's, you know, Oscar, who his wish was his family, and a dying wish was his family to come back here. So we've got to get them thinking that. So is it, I'm kind of on that Low Country Works thing that I really thought we were working on that. Is that an EDC request then for them to take?
No.
They have a great website now.
Right.
And I think we've got to promote quality of life and why people are moving here.
Right.
To get in these high schoolers and college kids, like, why's everybody else moving back here? I was born here. I want to be back, kind of thing.
I get it, because you've talked to me about Low Country Works, I don't want to say hundreds of times, but it's getting close. And I will say, I'm not sure that David has 100% of all the information from Mike, and Mike can't be here today. He's got some family things
That's
going on.
okay.
It's
And
not-
do you
it's
know
not
about
on
Low Country
hold.
Works?
Jobs are important. Jobs
Yeah.
are important. Low Country Works is on hold until they got a few things that weren't quite where they needed to be in the organization humming. And I do think that they're in a place now. The issue has been that the company that was doing it for us, I'm not sure that that's the most feasible. They were trying to do it themselves and it just became a heavy lift, but it's not off the table. So I think everybody hears your point today about getting that as the next priority to get done.
Yeah. And I'll get with Bridget. You know about it. Dan and Fred, do y'all know about Low Country Works?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay. So I'll show it to you. The site's still up, it's just not updated.
Yeah, I want to say too, Mark, and it's funny, I was making my notes and then you jumped out there and it's like, wow, okay. Read my mind too. I can't count the number of people, young families, that because everybody knows I talk to everybody, and I don't hesitate to ask you where you're from and how long you've been here. That's my top two questions. How did you hear about Bluffton? But the sheer number of families that I have seen have moved here from other parts of the country, sometimes they don't even have a job. They come here. And it goes back to what you were saying. We've created this environment that we market, and we market it well, and it's our quality of life, and it's all of the things that we're doing collectively together. I mean, we have our rivers, we have our parks are second to none, and the new one's going to be even better. We are close to the beach. Our town is recognized for its safety with our police department. You know, we were holding numerous events, which is attractive to everyone, young and old, and we'll eventually get back to that. And that's part of our DNA. People knew us from that. The survey that we will be doing is an opportunity for us to ask a lot of these questions, to find out not only how the town perceives what we're doing and what we're not doing, but how did you get here? Why are you here? What do you need? You know, there's a million things we could ask. But at the end of the day, you got to have education. We have that here. You have to have affordability with housing, and you have to have jobs. And so if we're going to keep our, and you said it yourself a minute ago, and I've always marked our success based on our average median age. It was 35, and it went up a little bit. It was 37 last year. It's 37 and a half. And I've told everybody, especially when we were running for re-election, it was like, watch that one number. If that number keeps going up, not a good thing necessarily. Not that we're not exclusive, but that's the identity to keep us young and to get our young people here. So we're doing a lot of good stuff, as Mark said, and you know, we just got to find out the right questions to ask.
Well, Larry's children are doing all they can to lower that age, and I'm about to add one. We get a few more babies in here. Everybody commits to making themselves be grandparents.
You got to remember all those people that were here 3 years ago are still here, and they're 3 years older.
Right.
So that's a natural increase.
I know.
From the 20,000 that were here before, or whatever the number was.
So I think everyone hears that sustainability in all areas is important. Economic development. Now, Dan, you and I have talked about, you know, what are the targets that we're interested in something, and even annexation. What are the targets? Maybe we can combine both of those. Do you want to speak to what you and I've talked about in the past?
Yeah, and we touched on it earlier. I think it's inherent that, and I said this, and we agreed we would get with them. I think it's inherent that we sit down with our Don Ryan Center. I had a long conversation with the chairman, Burl Davis, here about a week or two ago, and he himself felt like the merging of the two organizations, the Economic Development Wing and the Don Ryan Center, was an excellent move on the council's part. But we have to have our strategy and figure out what is it we're trying to do long term. I think this new project that's coming to Buckwalter potentially has opened up my eyes, and you know, are we going to further with the MCI part? Are we going to have a strategy as a council? Do we look at other places to maybe grow, which means some product, whether it's land availability or whatever, to attract? What are we trying to attract here? Or are we just going to try to use the Don Ryan Center? Hopefully we can incubate some companies, or just find a way to keep those that we have here strong. These are things that we need to talk about collectively as a council, so we actually set our course and we're all on the same page. And you know, and again, I keep mentioning utility tax credits. No product, no utility tax credits. It's just as simple. The other night it was brought up between Palmetto Electric and Hargrave. We've received almost $4 million over the last few years, so that's nothing to turn your eyes away from. Annexation, I personally wish there was a way to close our donut holes. It's not, never gonna happen. But I was sitting here a while ago and started thinking, you know, with the discussions we're having about the St. Gregory Church, which is on the opposite side of the road of where our original master plan was for our growth areas and everything else. I don't know that that's realistic anymore. And what I mean by that is if we had a great opportunity with some commercial on the other side of the road, like the Kroger Belfair area, are we gonna just say no? And so I think we need to revisit all of that mixed in together. The annexation portion can tie into the economic development vision that we need to set going forward. So I agree, we need to do all of that.
Thoughts on what Dan mentioned? And Scott, you're doing notes and
I am.
figuring, okay. Any thoughts on that? I agree with Dan. You know, I had a, maybe Mark actually explained something to me last week. We had a call with the chairman of Beaufort County Council, which he and the, and I wish they would have been here, he and the interim asked us about annexations they were concerned about. And I said, well, number one, in my head, we send out a monthly recap of our council meetings to every member of Beaufort County Council. So I don't think they read them. But one person mentioned, why are you going above 278? Mark, you actually said there was a reason you drew that line to the north side of 278. Is that something to let council know about?
I'd be happy to talk about it. You know, Scott has the annexation manual with him, and if you all don't have a copy of that, it is the most boring thing in the world to read.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, attorney.
But it's the most important thing when we're really looking at all the different types of the way we annex, right? 100% petition method or by referendum. Regardless of method, I've always referred to the growth framework map that was adopted really in conjunction with the Unified Development Ordinance as it was overhauled. I think it was in 2011. Doesn't feel that long ago. Yeah, Heather, let me, if nothing else, I'll jump up for a second. What's important on this map, it's evolved a little bit over time. Let's put it right here. It's evolved a little bit over time. But this has always been the struggle. Who is Bluffton and how big are we when we grow up? And this growth framework map is simply a policy document that guides a lot of things that we do, whether it's capital improvement, investment. In this case, it could be annexation boundary. This dashed line that we see goes as far west as 170 and outside, not inclusive of Sun City, and east as far as the intercoastal, south as far as the southern tip of Palmetto Bluff Village, and north. That was the discussion. Does north, the dashed line north is on this map, and the way it was adopted way back when, and included in our comprehensive plan, is a little tiny bit above US 278. It's a little tiny bit above. You can't argue that, especially as you zoom in. It's not in the center line of the road. That was, at the time, back in 2011, and then some more discussions along the way, was to pick up, or at least say aloud, that the intention, perhaps, for consideration, is that annexations could occur a little north of the US 278 road. A little north meaning the commercial strips, but not Berkeley Hall. An out parcel or two, but not Belfair. And so that's really where that dash line is. And I explained to Mayor Sullivan when we were talking. Otherwise, I believe back then, that dash line would have been so clear that it was south of 278. So regardless, this comprehensive plan kickoff with a great consultant and a great team led by an awesome growth management director, I think one of the most important things to do right now through that comprehensive plan is reset this boundary. It doesn't have to be what it is, but some of the conversation has been, oh, there's donut holes, and Beaufort County doesn't like when we say donut holes. It's just deciding upon what is considered an appropriate annexation and what isn't. What we've started to lean on was inside the growth boundary, as long as the cost benefit analysis worked, as long as the zoning didn't go from X to X times 4, as long as it was aligned with the town of Bluffton's PD's future land use maps and your direction, and especially as it related to quality of life, we always understood that moving annexations forward. But over the last little while, we've definitely heard some pumping of the brakes and slamming on the brakes of bringing annexation requests forward. So therein lies the use of this growth framework map. And I suggest that as you really dive into the comprehensive plan, when you start thinking about all the things that are special and important to Bluffton's boundary, perhaps reset this. It could look exactly the same, or it could look different. But this tells the world, including the people petitioning for annexation, including the people that want to invest, including your staff, what the future of Bluffton holds, right? The centers of the built environment, the edges where it's important, obviously it's green on purpose, and then within the growth boundary becomes Bluffton over time. So think through that. It's a hard to do, but it's really a general policy as well.
Any thoughts on any of that? Okay, so we hit economic development, annexation, sustainable communities. I know that Beaufort Jasper Water Sewer here, is that multi-jurisdictional projects? Is this when we bring them in?
It is, in fact. That was an opportunity to discuss those projects which go across borders. For instance, the Stony Crest campground area where we have some contaminant issues that the water flows down and gets into our headwaters and that type of thing. That's a problem that the town cannot solve on its own, not just with our Watershed Action Plan Committee and council alone. It takes cooperation from Beaufort Jasper Water. It takes cooperation from Beaufort County as well, and it's going to have to be a multi-partnered approach to solving that issue. So I thought this might be a good time to broach that topic. And Brian, feel free to jump in at any time in this topic area. This is your area of expertise with regard to this item. It's something that I know is on the mind of several council members, to include Mr. Toomer, who's on our WAPAC committee, and so he's well familiar with the issue as well. But
well, and to jump in quick, we sat right here in this room after SoLoCo, and we had the majority of county council, if not close to it, and we all left thinking it would almost be a third.
mm-hmm.
Then months went past and we never heard back from the county. And then we were told in a meeting of some sort, I don't remember where, that they read their ordinance of using stormwater fees differently than what the town does. So at my last mayor meeting with the county, we asked about it because there's a list of about 15 things on a list that we just never seem to finish. And
Right.
Chairman Passamont's very focused on getting things done. They still don't have that resolution. They have some on county council that I don't know what they think. They either don't want to pursue it or they don't know that it can be pursued. So I wanted y'all to know that. I mean, we're committed. We know how we can use our stormwater fees. We need your participation. We need the county's participation. And right now they say they can't use their stormwater fees to bond projects. Right, Mark?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just throwing that out for update, and then after that, how do we help each other?
How can we just do it and they say they can't do it?
Well,
Is it a
I'll
different-
jump in, and I don't want to speak for them, but as I understand it, they're looking for, to date, haven't identified an appropriate extra funding source for this partnership. And, remembering that the partnership is public sewer to Stony Crest and parts of Old Palmetto Bluff Road. As the mayor said, a third of town, a third the county, a third with our partners sitting in the audience here with us with Beaufort Jasper. What have we done since then? We have identified the project, worked very closely with Beaufort Jasper. Michael, amazing staff, Joe, and everybody's been great to identify the scope of the project, identify a preliminary price, and we adjusted our stormwater utility fee in last budget cycle because we didn't have any money either. But what we did is we adjusted that stormwater fee and just pledged it towards a $5 million bond. And so we refinanced the GEO bond and we placed a separate $5 million bond. And so we have our third of the money. If we needed to start tomorrow, the young man in the back room in the nice suit and the yellow tie, he knows where the money is. And we have the third of the partnership deal that we had, I guess, a general handshake for. Beaufort County is looking for those dollars. Councilman Toomer, to answer your question, the way our ordinance is reads with stormwater utility fees apparently is different than the way Beaufort County adopted their stormwater utility fee ordinance. So our stormwater utility fee ordinance allows us to pledge those stormwater utility fees for water quality towards public sewer. According to Chair Passima at the last meeting, indicated that their ordinance, or the last couple of meetings, their ordinance doesn't read that way, and that they are still trying to figure out if they can adopt the ordinance differently to allow for those fees. Regardless, they still have not identified their portion of the fees. And I know that that's at the very top of the list that I've kept meeting with Mayor Salka every 6 weeks with them. And I think they're coming today. They've been invited. I know that Chair and Joe Kim has confirmed that they'll be here. And that's kind of where we are with that. We're ready to get going. It's outside of our jurisdiction. It's not in the town of Bluffton limits. The funds are in our fund balance right now, so you saw that adjustment in fund balance. And then it will also be picked up and reiterated in the next fiscal year CIP. So we could have a live project if the partners fund it in those fiscal years.
What was the total projected cost of that project, Mark?
1.8 per.
Well, our portion, 1.8. It's a $6 million. It's a $6 million project with contingency-ish. And I'm going to rely heavily upon Brian.
Yeah, I think it was like 5.3 or something like that.
5.3. How do we jumpstart this?
Yeah.
We get in a room and pass out a set of boxing gloves and.
Four against two, it ought to be good.
Yeah, how do we accomplish this?
This was a SoLoco initiative, and so.
No, it actually wasn't. It was.
Well, through the stormwater utility, then what was the meeting that you referenced we were all in?
We had a joint county town council
Okay,
meeting
that's what it
afterwards.
was. And there were 5 of them
And
that day.
Beaufort Jasper was here.
That agreed to go along with what you just said.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself.
For the whole list, not just this.
Yeah, no, yes.
Yeah.
And then, well, the other part was, let us not forget that Beaufort Jasper, at the request of SoLoco, did a presentation listing multiple CIP projects and costing them all out. I think it was
$30 million.
$20 million or something out there like that.
That's all Joy area and all.
Right, and so I guess what I'm trying to get at is, so forget the headwaters, let's say it's Okatee. And if Beaufort County has an issue with the water quality in Okatee, no different than May River, are they saying they can't do anything about it? I mean, that's the part that's got me just confused.
Sounds like to me it's not on the project.
They say the use of the funds that we use is not written in their ordinance. And Chairman Passima said, well, at the time, Ashley was the county administrator, and he said, and he's very he's got great common sense. He goes, well, doesn't county council change ordinances? Why can't we just change our ordinance? And we were all excited, and then it just hovered and lingered. So I think we get to answer your question, we find out, are you going to change your ordinance? 5 members of your county council were sitting in this room. We really want to jumpstart. We have 2 of the 3 ready to go. And, can you not spend this on any, maybe that is the question. I don't know if it's in a letter or.
Yeah, you make it formal.
Make a formal letter and just put us all together, all of us sign it. We're ready. I mean, this is only going to get worse.
Mayor, staff can do some additional background work on that, and we can prepare a letter for your signature on behalf of council, or for signature for all of council, whatever you deem, and send a note to the county, and we can be very specific and outline why we think it can be done and what changes would need to be made in their ordinances to make it happen.
Can we
and
include
request a
the
response.
utility with us and have a joint letter from both?
I think that would be stronger, but I can't speak for Jasper.
Since most of y'all are here.
I think Mark sent a letter in July 2020, stating that.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah. Mayor, Council, so hearing you very clear, we've sent a letter. I believe we've sent 2 letters.
Yeah.
And the third letter, what's that, Brian?
I will say that their capital projects manager reached out to me on Friday, and he and I are supposed to meet February 4th.
They're
They're-
being who? Beaufort Jasper?
Beaufort Jasper,
Okay.
yeah. Because we submitted our, is it a 3-year cycle that you're on? We submitted our project request for a 3-year CIP that they do, and it includes everything that's on your letter right there. It was Old Palmetto Bluff, Stony Creek area, the historic district area, Gascon Bluff, All Joy, stuff like that. So we're going to meet February 4th to talk about that with Beaufort Jasper. But as far as the county, I haven't heard anything from them.
Okay. Well, I think we need their partnership. I don't think the 2 of us can split another third.
I don't think
When
we
we
should have
sat
to.
right around this table with, like I said, a majority minus 1 of council, and everyone seemed to be on the same page, and I don't know if that county council understands that we're in this holding pattern or not.
Well, I mean,
Maybe we could each reach out to the ones that we know and, you know, light a fire and see what they say. You know, if they're interested or not interested, or for it or not for it, and then, you know, at least remind them of what was said in this room that day.
well, I don't think they want the public to be told that they're not interested in saving the water quality of the rivers here, Ocotillo or the May River. That would be detrimental to them and everything that we all stand for, including the county.
Dan, I was about to suggest, and this is along the lines that you're going to share. I think Mayor, myself, our general manager, we should, and town manager, interim town manager, we should just get on their agenda and show up at town council meeting. Let's discuss the project.
Yeah, one is recorded.
Well, this one's recorded.
Let us remember
Yeah.
the fight that we always had. We are considered the southern portion of Beaufort County, so we got to figure out our own problems. And the way their government works, they have a few representatives from this side, but the majority is on the other side. So the kicking the can down the road is why we still having this conversation. We've been kicking this can for 10 years or more. We need to put the pressure back on them because it's in their jurisdiction. We're trying to help solve a problem that's in their jurisdiction. So we don't, you know, and most of the things that I think we're doing today is trying to be nice and if you will, politically correct. But we need to put the blame where the blame is. You know, call a spade a spade. It's their problem, we want to help, now what do you want to do about it?
I agree.
Very true. Well, I love, yes, and I love Michael's idea. I think we need someone from WAPAC as well. You would do it too.
Be that person.
It just represents everything, and we can all show up. Can you arrange that?
I can. I'll speak to the acting county administrator and see how best to approach that, to get on the agenda to discuss that. But first, I want to make sure that they aren't making more progress than we think they might be.
And I think it goes through a committee, actually, probably natural resources.
It will. Everything goes to a committee first
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
So that's absolutely true. Right now, the split in the county for representation on county council is 6-5, 6 in the south, 5 in the north. So the majority of council members are south of the Broad River now. If I had to look at a crystal ball and prognosticate how the districts will shake out after census numbers are in, my guess would be that it will become 7 to the south, 4 to the north, and I think that extra district will probably be picked up in the Bluffton area due to the growth that we've had the last few years. So what does that mean? That means there may be more sway in the future with regard to projects that affect multi-jurisdictions in the southern area.
Well, the tough thing at that meeting, there were, know we all need to work together, but I noticed more Mr. Glover was here, and he was 100% behind it. Brian Llewellyn, which is kind of in that middle, was the one that actually said, let's knock out every project, let's bond everything. If it's for 30 million, let's just do it. And I just don't know that they understand we're in this place right now, because they have a million other things countywide to look at, not just the May River or the Okatee, but we just need to get it back in the forefront to them.
Right, and at the time of that, we didn't have it wasn't that we had a check that we could write at the moment either, so we had to do these other things to make the financial part of it work for us.
Mayor Selka raises a good point. When I was always talking with Ashley for a while, we would go over these issues, just her and I, or then when I would have the meetings with Mayor and the chairman and Ashley and I would go over these issues. They have so many. Perhaps what needs to happen at that meeting isn't another letter, but maybe it's a 5 or 6 slide PowerPoint presentation that doesn't give the history of everything, but simply outlines the scope, outlines, and Brian and I have talked about this in the next version of the letter that was going to be an outcome of today, really also to put in the letter or put in the presentation, why? Why? What are the numbers? What are the hotspots? How much have we all measured? That it isn't just a, hey, let's put some public sewer in where there's a whole bunch of mobile homes or RVs, whatever you want to call them, but what is the real issue? And then what is the solution to that issue? And Brian and Kim Jones tells that story better than anybody on the planet. And so maybe Brian can have Kim put a slideshow together so you can sit in a room and say, here's the issue, here's what we all said, here's what we did, it's time.
Right, and here's our long-term investment. We've been doing, you know, out of our jurisdiction.
Brian?
I agree with you. I think you're saying what I said and you're adding more to it, because that is the implementation that needs to happen.
Well, that's what I do.
Well, I think we'll work around everyone's schedule to make it faster sooner rather than later. So
the ball doesn't get dropped. What I just heard from you, the staff will put a PowerPoint presentation together. Thank you, Brian. And finish this thing up. Scott will reach out on his side over there and just make sure that that this isn't moving forward.
Right.
And if it is not, then we will request a presentation at a formal council meeting.
Committee meeting.
The committee first.
Committee.
Council.
It'd have to be a committee meeting first.
Committee meeting first.
Yeah.
With 2/3 of the partnership coming together.
First obstacle or first question I think to ask and to get answered is this something they're programming for in their FY22 budget? Because if they are, then we're most of the way there, so.
Right.
Yeah. Right, maybe they have other funds.
Right.
Maybe it's not stormwater. We
So
can't.
we'll explore that first, and then we'll have staff put together the presentation and pursue the other meetings.
I appreciate y'all spending your day here, because I think a lot of our stormwater issues are way outside our boundaries, but the water doesn't seem to care. And y'all represent all of it. So I do appreciate all of you being here, really.
A couple of years ago, Buford Jasper, the Water Authority, was saying, that's not our problem. Now today, they're saying, let's fix it. So
Yeah.
that's
Very appreciated.
Great partners.
Anything else that would include our utility friends that y'all might have?
I don't think so, no.
Thoughts from y'all?
Mark?
Yeah.
I used to make everyone get up and mention their own issues, so I didn't do that this year.
Mayor Salk, I would add, there's 2 major projects that we've been working closely on. One you know about, and that we've talked about out loud in public sessions, and the other, I don't think we've gotten there yet. But this year is a big year for the May River main line extension. I don't know who that falls under, but we've talked with all of you. I know Heather's worked closely with you all about the location of the line, the route of the line, the tree mitigation as a result. But the other really large one that maybe just a quick overview on is the water tower. Forgive me for not knowing the proper size and exact name, but that's a massive project in our town.
Where's it going?
Let them tell you.
Who would like to talk?
That's a good question.
That's first I heard about it. I didn't
Yeah.
know.
We hired a consultant. I think once upon a time, we had an initial one that located.
Oh, we need a microphone. You need a microphone, I'm sorry.
What's that, Scott?
Call 50.
Yeah, the elevator.
See if this, yeah, it's working. So, we have a design build project going on right now. We've hired Ruby Collins as the contractor. I don't know how familiar you are with design build, but it somewhat combines the engineering design with the construction. So it's a little bit different from design, bid, build, which is your typical procurement method for construction. So they have started on the design, very, very, very preliminary, very conceptual. But the project itself is to put in a 36-inch diameter water main from Gibbet Road and 170 up to, sorry, I'm new to the area, so I'm memorizing my roads. So from Gibbet up to Bluffton Parkway, across Bluffton Parkway, and down Buckwalter, back to where it ties into Bluffton Parkway again.
You mean
So you're going down Gibbet?
No, it's on 170.
170.
Starting on 170, it'll go north to where it gets to Bluffton Parkway, go west on Bluffton Parkway to where it ties to Buckwalter, then go south on Buckwalter.
You're confusing me on the southeast west.
So it's several miles long.
We've had this discussion. We had this discussion at
So
council.
170 is west of Buckwalter.
Let's just,
Take a right on Bluffton Parkway, go back to Buckwalter, we're headed east.
I know, we're not gonna do north, south, east, west. So 170 at the circle.
So,
The circle or the other?
No, other way.
yeah, so here's the circle. Here's Bluffton Parkway. So we're starting about halfway up.
Right.
There's already water mains here. So here, where Gibbet ties in, we'll go up to here, go across Bluffton Parkway, and then we're ending somewhere down here on this section of Buckwalter.
Gotcha.
It will-
You're currently doing the opposite route. You were talking about Gibbet. You're currently going down May River Road.
They're currently under construction right here already.
Gotcha. Okay.
It starts over here and goes right here to the traffic circle.
Okay.
So this other project has started as well. It's in the design phases. The way the modeling works, we need a tank somewhere over in this area. So as part of their work, they're figuring out where to put the tank. It's a 1.5 million gallon tank. We're looking at what's called a composite tank is probably the most likely way we'll go, which is a kind of a solid bottom, solid concrete bottom with a steel bowl on top. And
For visual purposes for me, do you know where the Hilton Head Lakes water tank? Have you ever been out, is that what that size is? And you're new. The Hilton Head Lakes water tank that was put in, are we talking about a similar size and height?
It's gonna be similar size.
the heights,
We're still, I don't know, we're still early.
I'm just trying to figure out
I
what it
think
looks
this
like.
is our first 1.5 million, correct? So this is a little bit bigger. And then as far as the height is concerned, the way the tanks are set, all the tanks are set where, what's called their overflow, so the top of the tank basically is at the same height. So depending on what the ground level is, determines how tall the tank is, but the height of all the tanks throughout the county are all the same height, or all the same elevation.
We have other tanks in the county?
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say, there's like 20 tanks?
We just don't have a tank in Bluffton. Okay, so are you working with the staff and council on a location, or do you go in and condemn land and put, like where, because you're looking at the growth spot where all of our growth, our commercial growth is.
So we've talked with Brian and Heather a little bit just to get some ideas of where things are coming up, but that is part of what's tasked of the design build team, is to determine where this tank would be best suited. You know, some of that's based on the modeling. A tank has to overturn with water. You don't want it to just sit and hold water all day. So it has to be used. So that's part of the aspect of it. Part of it is, trying to think, location, visible aspects of it. We've talked about where it sits along the road corridor, potentially, a little bit further back, not on the street necessarily, looking at more commercial and type uses, those areas, as opposed to within somebody's neighborhood or at the neighborhood entrance. So we work on a lot of things like that to try to figure out the spot, and then we'll start talking to landowners and see what's available, and continue our talks here with town staff about going through the process of getting rezoned and things like that.
How big a plot of tract of land does it take? An acre or two? Or-
No,
or
not usually that big.
An acre?
Usually about a half acre.
And it's got to be on Buckwalter. I mean, I think back like Publix on Simmons, Buck Island. So that Publix at Buck Island, just down from Old Carolina, there's a whole water thing going on back there. Can you be that far off where you can use existing land that you already have, or?
It needs to be in that vicinity, because eventually this line will tie all the way down to Hilton Head.
Yeah. I mean, are you looking at land y'all have, because don't y'all own that? That water, it's like a water processing thing between Old Carolina and Publix. Wouldn't that be a great spot for it? Then you don't have to buy their land.
It's based on their distribution model, right?
The consultant's gonna tell us where it really sort of
Okay,
needs to be.
okay.
So we have yet to get to that point yet.
Correct.
I think there was a preliminary conversation some time back about putting it over on a site the county owned, and that was nixed. So we are sort of back to square one, and the consultant's gonna let his calculations dictate where it sort of needs to be.
So you kind of went over your skis a bit. Now you're letting the consultant say it's got to be in this parameter, this, at least you're not going out all over the
General
place.
area, so we're not sure yet. We haven't specifically identified a parcel, but, I'm glad we're discussing it today because it's gonna have to come back to you guys.
I was going to ask that. What is it? Do we rely on staff coming to us to get feedback to go back to you? Is that what y'all like it to happen, or?
Yes, so, from our perspective, we're working with the engineer for the Ruby Collins, and they will kind of narrow down some areas. They'll talk to some owners that they think where this might work. We'll come back and get with your staff about how that'll be perceived. It has to go to rezoning for public use, and we'll get through and figure out how to do that process, and it'll all come back through the town as well.
But you are looking at our future roadways that we have on every map in the world. Like, you're not looking at areas where a road may go one day.
Correct. They've given us some tools that you have on your website that we've been using.
Y'all, I didn't know about this, so do y'all have questions?
It serves as a reservoir, right?
Well, it boosts the pressure.
Oh, it boosts the pressure.
Yeah. And elevated tank.
So you compute everything that's going out in that area between A and B, and then you say, okay, well, we gotta have.
Larry, can you talk in here so that people can hear you?
I got it now, I was just trying to figure out what I was thinking.
Well, we can let them know that if we can't check over a storage facility, this is gonna way be over the tree line, so good luck.
Well, but I was thinking, is it the tank that you see on Sweet Home Alabama that's, 80 feet tall? Or is it a tank you see at Hilton Head Lakes that's only about 40 feet tall? Because there's such a difference in construction now.
Well, I would imagine that that's probably going to be somewhere in similar elevation because of where we are here. But it's going to be a little larger, and we may have the opportunity to have different things with it. Maybe paint a different color.
So elevation, meaning if we're 26 feet above sea level, as opposed to in Moss Creek is 0, the tank's gonna be equivalent.
It'll be shorter.
It'd be
So the
shorter
top of
here.
the tanks are all 170, I believe, is what the overflow elevation is. So the taller the land is, so if we're 30 feet taller, the shorter the structure is.
That's what, so it may not
Good
be
to know.
like
Good
like
to
that.
know.
And you have to fall under the guidelines of the I guess it's the FAA. I know we talked about heights of lines and satellite things because of the spraying of the bugs. So you can't be any higher than a certain height either. So, well, that's a county thing, so y'all need to make sure. But it doesn't sound like you are gonna be, because we're high. You're not gonna build a 100-foot tank. So.
Hold on.
Well, I remember passing that height of some kind of a, the poles that hold all of the, well, anyway, the county sprays. And they had to have, everything had to be a maximum height, so the planes don't run into the lines.
Yeah, the FAA has certain requirements for things above a certain height and within certain flight zones and patterns and things like that.
But your tank's not gonna be that high. I mean,
Yeah,
that's-
the tank's not gonna be that high, and it shouldn't be in any flight pattern that it would be included.
But
So
you
that's
hear
where
what,
see
but
them.
we automatically think tall, so that's.
But it will be tall, it will be above the tree line. You will see it. And typically, correct me if I'm wrong, but our standard process is to paint them kind of an off-white color, so they just kind of go away. And that has the logo on the top. I mean, that's it.
No matter where you put it, you're gonna have some Lisa there.
Some Lisa.
One thing for sure, tell people you can't have water unless we put the tank here. People gonna say, I guess gotta put the tank here.
Oh, I know. I mean, we got remember when the lines for Dominion, it's just, the more we know, we may as well get prepared.
No matter where it goes, somebody will have a problem.
Sounds like a great spot for a Heart of the Lowcountry logo.
Well, every small town has a water tower. We just don't. Okay. Anything else from y'all? So the cutting on 170, it doesn't seem invasive as far as I know. Have you cut everything that you're going to cut? No. You've made it to the circle. Correct. And then you're in the
It goes
county.
a little bit further past the circle. Is it New Riverside? Is that the development name?
We need to take
So-
you on a ride around.
I'm learning. I've been here 5 months, so I'm trying to learn my way around.
But you're outside of the town's limits, right, Heather? I mean, what I think on the other side of the circle, you're in the county.
No.
They go to Heritage at New Riverside, the entrance is at Heritage at New Riverside.
So they're going, I thought they were going from there to the circle.
And
I
then the
rode it
circle
yesterday.
together.
And they're
We're
almost
coming all the way
at the
from
circle.
New River, across the trail,
Mhm.
the linear trail all the way up, past New River, past the circle a little bit, and then cutting across where that new development is at some point, or where 170?
Right near May River Crossing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're cutting now. I mean, I just rode down there
Oh, I saw it.
yesterday.
Yeah, I read
And
it.
it looks like they're almost to the church, where on the right side coming from Savannah. It looks cleared all the way up to the
Mm.
church, and then it's our land, then it's the circle, and then after that, they're not in the town limits anymore. They're in the county.
It does go back and forth. The county-city line goes back and forth along the
I'm
entire
just saying, I feel
route.
like they've cut most of the trees they're gonna cut in the town limits.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was
It wasn't that many.
too bad.
Okay.
Yeah, most of them are right along the side, so you shouldn't have noticed too much, the side of the road, so you shouldn't have noticed too much of a.
And
an
what do y'all
impact.
do when do y'all just re-landscape or let it grow back naturally? What do you do after it's?
Paint the roots, paint the.
Cut the grass. All of this is within the road right of way,
Yeah.
except for the one little piece that juts out onto the barn property. So everything that's within the right of way will be maintained by DOT.
Okay, so typical it'll just grow. Okay. Okay.
Now, you said you just 5 months here?
Yes, sir.
You got about 1,000 more leases coming next year.
You'll be happy.
I'm doing my best to learn.
Y'all have anything else? Thank y'all, and thank you. I can't. Yes, Sarah.
The only other thing I'd mention is that we have 2 other projects that, while they're not directly in the town of Bluffton, I think it's important just because they're going on and keeping up with growth, is our Preussburg water plant expansion. It's doubling the size of capacity at the plant, as well as Cherry Point is our wastewater facility down off of Argent that is also being expanded to keep up with, you know, all the growth and development in the area, so.
So where was your first one that you said?
Perrysburg Water Plant, that's, yeah, but that's serving this whole area. So it's one of our 2 water plants.
So that's where the water that this big pipeline's coming from?
Exactly, exactly.
Oh, is that in Hardyville?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mhm.
Hughesburg.
Yeah.
Yep.
Spell it.
Sorry.
Spell it.
Spelled
Q-
P-U-R-R-Y-S Burg.
Yeah.
Petersburg. Petersburg.
So there are 2 other big significant projects going on that are impacting your area, so.
Keep in mind, we're, just as you've shown the growth here, we're having to provide water and sewer to those constructions, commercial as well. So we are doing about 130 wastewater taps south of Broad. We're doing about anywhere from 110 to 180 water taps per month, and that's south of Broad. So we are really busy as well. A lot of
You got to talk in the mic.
As I said, we are really busy. We're doing about 130 wastewater taps a month. We are doing anywhere from 110 to 180 water taps a month, and those are south of the Broad numbers. And we are close to doing about 2 million man-hours, safety man-hours. We are accident-free. We will hopefully be celebrating that very soon, and the significance of that is tremendous because we have guys who are in holes and ditches. We have guys who are using all kinds of equipment, and they're doing it safely. So we're working breakneck speed, but we're being safe while we do it.
Great, thank you.
One question, I don't know which one can answer.
You got to speak in the mic.
What is the average amount of water per household that y'all service? You know, it's taking into effect the big houses, the small ones, just like thousands of gallons per
Right.
billing cycle or month, however you want.
Per month, the average right now, it will fluctuate kind of year to year depending on what's going on, but it's slightly under 7,000 gallons a month for your average household.
Per
house.
service.
Yep, for residential. Yes.
And I can't urge y'all enough to sign up, and those listening, sign up for their alert system.
Oh, yeah.
If you go over, they let you know. We had someone stay in our house, and they flushed the commode, and it ran only for 2 days, a little drip, 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 and it was almost that on little drips.
What's it, my water?
It's Ion Water.
Ion Water.
Yeah, that's right.
It's easy. They send you an alert. You can look and see what you use every day, and it's a big bill to pay if you don't do it. And we signed up right after that.
Yeah, no, it's an excellent tool. It shows if you have any constant usage, because there should be at some point, a period in time during the 24 hours that you would have no usage in the middle of the night or whatever. So you'll get leak alerts. We have a lot of folks who have second homes that are monitoring it from up north and see if they have any issues. Actually, it came in handy when someone's neighbor was stealing water in the middle of the night. They were able to identify exactly at 10 o'clock when that usage went up. So it's got a whole bunch of purposes. But yes, we are close to, we have about, I think, 6,000, 5,000 meters left for our whole customer base.
Wow.
Because it's been over 3 years that we've been putting those transponders on. So,
How many total customers do you have?
60,000.
60?
Yeah.
Wow, so less than 1%.
Right. So,
And we do what? We have $576 million asset base, so we are a fairly large organization.
Yep.
Thank y'all
And
very
growing.
much. And Michael, thank you for representing us.
I'm gonna help y'all grow
You're
more.
a great representative.
I'm honored, thank you.
Yes. If we ever have issues, he's our guy.
Yep. If I don't have his number, I do.
Okay, Scott, what we got next? And Kenneth, so we know where to find Kenneth.
You know where he lives.
I know where he lives. You're welcome to stay. Kenneth, you're a resident, you have to stay.
Oh, yeah.
The only one who left is having to stay.
Yeah. No, you
I got a whole day's worth of work. I
David,
gotta
we're
do.
fine if you gotta go, unless Scott wanted you to stay.
If he stays, you just have to.
No, you're fine, David. You can go.
Yeah, give you a note,
No, my boss is here.
yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Can I go, Mayor?
Bye, Michael.
That is
Where are we? One more item?
Well, Mayor, there are a lot of different topics you could discuss, but
Oh.
I tend to focus more immediately on the ones where staff needs some direction from you.
Okay,
And one of the things that jumps out to me is comprehensive plan.
okay.
And Heather alluded to earlier needing to appoint steering committees to help with that process. And so I guess I would just throw that out to council to discuss and provide some direction for staff in terms of how formal do you want that process? Do you want it like a board, commission, committee appointment? Do you want to give us names to just establish an ad hoc committee from council members individually, or how would you like to approach that? Maybe I'll turn it over to Heather first to really tell you what the requirement is, how many bodies, what type of bodies, and those kinds of things would be helpful.
Yes, and that's, the consultant has requested, so we'll have a working group, which is town staff and the consultants and their team, and we will meet with them every 2 weeks, just to make sure the project's staying on track. We've given them whatever data and tools they need to proceed, and so that's town staff. The item that we need some sort of action on and direction from council is what they refer to as a steering committee. This is a group that they would like to work with them throughout the process, so, an 18-month, most likely commitment. I'm not sure how often they would meet, but what they're requesting is that group would basically be representative of the diversity of the community. So business owners, residents from various, parts of the town and neighborhoods and communities, maybe representatives of various business organizations, community organizations. And the number that they've at least recommended, obviously if there's a couple less, that's fine, but around 15 people, just, in terms of management of schedules. There will obviously be a lot more steering committee, so to speak, or rather focus groups, I should say. So if they then get to a topic on environmental in the May River, obviously we work with, WAPAC and, have certain meetings, but the steering committee is just an overall representative, representation of the community. So, and that could be a town council action that we could bring forward to you. I would like to do it no later than March, because we're ready to really get started. But like Scott said, if you maybe think about it, how would you like us to proceed with this? If there's names or just representatives, for example, Planning Commission, WAPAC, Historic Preservation Commission, various neighborhood organizations, or how would you like to?
Wouldn't it go through planning anyway?
Eventually it will go to Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan does have to go to Planning Commission for public hearing and recommendation for approval, and ultimately will come to, obviously, town council for approval, so.
What do y'all, I'm fine giving names, but do y'all want to give names? Do you want to give areas and names? We can't have 5 people from Old Town, so we got to
I think
be.
giving names and like she said, being inclusive of our various communities and neighborhoods, so that it's really getting an authentic voice from everyone would be good.
Well, we have probably 45 or 50 neighborhoods, so we know we can't pull one from every neighborhood, but do you want to maybe give us a region?
Like New Riverside, you would have to take someone from Alston Park, and
Right.
so, like, you would just get someone in that area.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Should we break it down into quadrants?
We could do
Like get our
PUD,
map?
plan to develop the different PUDs or development agreement areas.
Yeah.
If I can make a suggestion, Mayor and Council, maybe it's a hybrid, right, steering committee. You have representatives from the communities that you speak of that you want to be sure represented, but then you also have some representation from Planning Commission. You have some representation from HPC, and you designate a certain number of seats on that 15-member steering committee to representatives from those entities that know the town business and already help you do your bidding. So something to think about as far as that goes.
I like that idea.
Yeah. Do you want to give us send it to us in an email and give us a deadline?
Sure, of course.
And that we all have to submit at least a name?
Okay.
So should these names that we're submitting, should we have someone with knowledge in historical buildings or water, you know, I mean, we don't want everybody to be the same.
Well, I think that's where your expertise comes into play from your appointments that are already on your boards, committees, and commissions.
So just let that part be handled by those folks, and then these people would just be random people that know.
Right, because they're gonna be
that know the
speaking for
neighborhoods.
the town's comp plan, so
Right.
you wanna be able to pull in, people
Different
who aren't,
opinions.
yeah, point.
I'm good.
Right, and like I said, this doesn't mean that we won't have lots more public input and comments and
Right.
reach out to the experts on various different,
I hope this
elements.
is, you know, I remember Dave Jurasik did our first comp plan, wasn't it, Terry? And I didn't know what the heck a comp plan was, but I went to every single workshop. We must have had a dozen of them. And I hope we are looking forward in the middle of the year that we can meet in person, because that was the public came and they were like me. And after you got into it and you would hear people like Emmett McCracken that had that knowledge, that historical knowledge, then all of a sudden you got I got my nerve up to say something, and you realize that's our Bible for our town. And you please, any input's better than no input. So I hope we're opening it up to more than just 15 people.
Oh, certainly, that's, yes, everybody.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
And I just want to stress that it's probably very important to think in terms of broader terms than a lot of times we normally use, because if we look in terms of the new Riverside area and the areas of the town that are new and developing, a lot of that citizenry are not as engaged as our folks who are closer to Old Town. And I think we need to probably make a special effort to engage those communities in this process.
Absolutely. That's what I was thinking of, POAs or.
That's what I was gonna say, get some of the POAs, because they're already in tune with doing the work of
their people.
citizenry anyway. and
Right.
They may jump on that.
So I compared some notes with my good friend that actually, Mayor, you introduced me to, Eric Demura in Mount Pleasant.
Oh, yeah.
He's their town manager, and he's been at this for a while. And he let me know that the committee, or so to speak, the group of citizens, through their comp plan process, was by far the most important piece of that. And to your point, they split it up by geography, race, gender. They wanted a very dynamic group of folks. And they used more than 15 people, because some people would come some days, some people wouldn't, some people would stop coming, some people would be added. So it's got to be fluid over time, but it's such an important piece of this project. That real input will lead to real meaningful results as it's presented to you.
This is where we need to reach to a younger age. I mean, you were talking about getting this career age involved. I think we've really got to look outside who we normally pick, and let's get some fresh faces in here, and they'll learn. Maybe that gets them engaged. Will Savannah be here how much longer will she be here?
She's here for several more months, but I believe she had to go back to in-person college, so
Yeah.
she's not physically here right now, but she's still working with us.
Oh, okay.
And she'll be continuing to work with us
Okay.
as her time and budget allows.
How long is this process?
18 months.
18 months?
So do you know the direction? Do you have direction from us?
Yes, I'm going to come up with at least some recommendations on POAs, younger, maybe high school programs or through the schools, based on what Mark said, and send an email to council with a specific timeline and date to provide some names, and we'll compile them and go the next step.
Good.
See, maybe some names will be mentioned multiple times, and we'll meet more.
Good. Great. Okay. So Scott, we've hit everything, historic Old Town master plan and code alignment. I think that's kind of in the works with what Heather's doing. UDO edits, she's doing a lot, y'all. We're gonna have probably very longer agendas, but I really do think they're worthwhile. And we have to do all of this to get everything combined to kind of see where we're growing and slowing and managing. Any thoughts on that? Christmas parade.
So the reason I put, seems odd to talk about that in, what is it, January? So, you know, we did a different kind of Christmas parade this year. We did what we called a reverse Christmas parade. The response to it was overwhelming. It was much greater. We had far more people going through the parade than I think we anticipated. So it was very successful. There are some lessons learned from the previous parade that we still need to apply if we go back to a regular parade format. But I just wanted to open it up for discussion to see what you liked about it, what you didn't like about the reverse Christmas parade, if it's something, a type of tradition you would like to continue if we're still in the same COVID environment, and if so, what kind of modifications would you like to see to it?
Great. I had a lot of people talk to me about it, so I've got thoughts, but I'll go to council. Do you have thoughts on it?
Huh?
The Christmas parade.
I thought it was awesome. There were a couple of suggestions. We need some music where we're standing, you know, some Christmas music playing, because it got a little quiet there at times.
Okay.
I had some complaints from people who didn't know that it was going on. Possibly we could do a little different with the trafficking, you know, so that people know before they get in where they can't turn right or left what's going on up ahead.
Right.
You know, and they could detour.
Yeah.
Maybe something like parade traffic only.
Right.
Right.
And other than that, I think everybody I talked to thought it was awesome, and I did too.
Did too. I had people say, can we do it? I don't want to get rid of the parade though.
No.
But there were some young families that said they went, this is why there was traffic, they went like through 6 times.
Yeah.
Multiple people did that, and then they stopped and just walked up and back, because the kids really, cause a lot of their kids can't see over a lot of people at the parade, and so that would have probably eliminated a lot of the people coming the next day, so it might be more manageable, or not.
Back for the cookies.
That's true, yeah. We've got to be respectful of our communities, and Drayson Circle was affected by it greatly. So maybe we move the route further down, or off of Calhoun Street, or somewhere not to really, that really locked them. They could only go right. It's just not fair to punish them. Music, I heard. Nighttime, and then have the morning parade was a suggestion. Do that at nighttime. Do it at nighttime.
Right.
Is Drayson not affected when we do it the normal parade route?
There's not the constant amount of cars coming in, and I probably know half of that community now.
But it may be, again, we like to use the expression, think outside the box. It may be that the chief and everybody looks at that area.
Mm-hmm.
You could set up, in theory, set up cones on one lane to let the traffic that's in the parade come one way. No on-street parking near Drayson Circle that day.
That's true.
And then you could actually have traffic flow 2 ways. There's enough room there to run the traffic.
That's
we
true.
We could do that, to let them in and out, and let other cars come through and make it to the 4-way stop if they needed to.
Did you have any idea we'd have that many people? Did anyone have any idea we were going to have that many people?
I didn't.
Me either.
I got scared that we would, like the night before, simply from hearing from so many people. But to your point, just signs, like just little yard sale-esque signs that say parade ahead, parade traffic only, probably would have helped us. I had a couple of complaints only from people I know, friends of mine, that were saying, what's going on? Because they weren't on social media or didn't read the paper. They just missed it.
It's just advertising.
Yeah, it is. It's promoting that.
You could definitely tell the ones who are trying to go to Savannah.
A personal thank you to Councilwoman Bridget, because until Bridget and I had lunch one day, I had no idea what a reverse parade was. Simply no idea. You mentioned that it was held somewhere, and you sent me an article. We were thinking of getting trucks and cars to different neighborhoods and trying to figure out the logistics of that, because, you know, more important than ever, the morale of our community to this staff that really are the folks that plan that event, right, that by ourselves during our jobs, we didn't know what to do. We knew, though, that morale at the time of holiday was more important this year than ever. And so thank you for, I did the easy thing. I just said yes before I even knew really what it was. And it worked out. It really
Another
worked out.
reason
Thank you all for your support.
we need her and younger on these groups, because I didn't know it. You told me, I'm like, what's that mean? Then I Googled it.
I thought it was beautiful.
Then I knew.
The other thing too is on our traditional parade, we had talked after a tragedy, and it's a good time in the interim that staff could be reviewing that process. Whether we, whatever it may be, whether we still want to throw candy out or not throw candy out. I think there was discussions about more security on the street to keep the children from running to the vehicles, but good time to explore that, so when the real parade comes back, we have our game plan figured out.
Gotta have candy.
Yeah, we have
Do you notice
begun that process.
I lip sync that, and you can't see me. So we will always have candy unless y'all want to get rid of me. Fred and I sat in a car together the day that the chief, way before you, said no candy, and Fred and I still threw candy out. And I got my hand, remember that guy in a bite? He grabbed my hand,
I believe you threw candy at the chief who said that.
I did throw candy at that chief. But, sorry, Dan, it was just making light of it.
my time.
Figure out how to make it work better,
Yeah.
that's all.
I do think we need to, yes, children on floats, guidance, no, whatever, it's good time to learn from
We had
that and respect.
actually begun that review process, and then COVID hit.
Yeah.
And we lessened the number of in-person meetings we were having, and then it was pretty clear we weren't going to have a parade in the traditional sense. But we can definitely reinvigorate those efforts to look at what modifications we can make to improve the safety of the event.
And limiting the number of entrants, right? Our staff isn't getting any bigger,
Yes.
but the parade's getting bigger.
Yeah.
So that we realize that we're really at that breaking point, that the parade has outgrown the staff. And so we have to think through that, whether we outsource some of it or we help keep it to a point that we can responsibly manage.
Well, do we need a 3.5-hour parade? I mean, can we
Right.
cut it off at 2 hours, which means you cut off the number of entrants? You have a timeline, first in, get in.
Right,
Thank you.
All things we need to look at,
good.
for sure.
Any comments from the crowd on that? No? Your staff was amazing.
Yeah, I know.
That was the time you could really, poor Brian, it's all about Brian, but it was everyone, it was Public Works, but it was Debbie, and they really had a fun, they were probably the best of the virtual parade.
And you know what they said too, like the town staff consensus was like they really, really enjoyed this parade, like they got to enjoy from a different vantage point, I guess. Usually they're work, more hands-on, but they got to sit back and actually enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So they were very appreciative.
I liked it better because all the other parades we ride through, by the time we get to, we never see them.
Never see it.
We're just riding through.
Yeah.
Might catch the tail end.
Public Works makes our town magical at Christmas.
I agree.
I mean, it's just magical, where they choose the lights, which ones to put up, how many, etc.
I agree.
Does that too.
I mean,
And I did like, I don't know whose call that was, but to continue the tradition of expanding the decorations outside of Old Town. I love seeing it on Simmonsville and Buck Island. It was definitely a more inclusive feel to decorating our town, so I hope we keep that going.
I would just like to echo what she said about staff. I mean,
In
from
the-
my perspective and from my perspective and from my staff's perspective, that was the most fun we've had at the parade because we actually got to be involved with it instead of just corralling the crowd, So we thoroughly enjoyed it.
I could tell.
Yeah, it was fun.
The lighting that's going up on roads outside of the Old Town, will it eventually have the ability to light these lights? To light these Christmas lights? Like our Old Town street lights, or are those lights, they don't have electricity? And I know those ornaments didn't have lights around them.
They don't
You mean
have.
the ones that are on, like
Buck-
Buck Island, Simmonsville?
Yeah, those poles don't have outlets.
They don't have outlets.
Because they're basically just wooden
I gotcha.
utility poles.
I gotcha.
Okay. That's the
Okay.
limitation.
Anything else?
No, I just want to talk about the Public Works crew that enjoyed the parade. it was an opportunity also for our citizens to show how much they appreciated that crew. They see them every day on the
great.
streets, they see them blowing, they see them mowing, they see them taking care of our town, and that's the time they were able to see them all together. And one of the things that occurred was that someone came up with a poster board full of pictures, and it was pictures of our public works crew. And the poster had a theme of how much they appreciated our employees. And I think our employees really gained a lot from that, so I think it was a good thing. The other thing that we did a little differently this year was we put the Christmas tree in Martin Family Park versus DuBose Park. I think that went fairly well, if that's something we'd like to continue in that location. So just wanted to get your thoughts.
For the record, that was Lindy's idea, not Derek's. So.
Well, I thought it was great. It was very, talk about the diversity of this town. I was asked through one of our finance to come out to light the menorah. So we're there lighting the menorah at DuBose Park, and across the way was a random Santa Claus at the tree. And this man, and I found out who Santa, decided to come early and dress up and Facebook me and said, next time you're here, you need to come see Santa Claus. So it was a legit Santa Claus, but not anything we arranged. And he just decided to go and stand at the tree and talk to the kids. While the other side was sort of lighting of the menorah. So it shows how broad we are and interesting. So I called Mark and said, who's the Santa? And then I found out who it was because Santa texted me, told me.
Yeah, he was there more than one night, and
yeah.
Debbie was asking me, well, who from the town hired him?
And that was that was Santa's beard too. That was not a pretend beard.
And in a way, this goes back to what we were saying earlier, you know, set the conditions for things like this to happen.
Yeah.
It's all about the built environment.
Yeah, truly is. Okay, so what do we do? Our next agenda is fiscal 2022 budget calendar review? Is that right?
It is.
Are we done with our other part?
Well, there are some other topics we could discuss, but a great lead-in to that would be any kind of budget policies or expectations you may have as a council. Chris and I will sit down soon and look at the revenues and look at the staff requests and look at your action agenda and your priorities that you've already identified to figure out how to put this puzzle together, right? How to make it all fit. But it would be helpful going into it if we knew of any sweeping changes or any needs that we may not be thinking about now that haven't been previously identified. Now would be a good time to discuss those and for Chris and I to get a temperature read on where you are with any of those items before we go headlong into putting together a puzzle we're going to have to completely take apart and put together again. So just open it up for general discussion.
But I think Larry has mentioned just more of an education is the MCIP and the revenue and where we are on that MCIP. If that can fit in there, I think that all of us need a re-education of that and where we fit with what we think we're getting from the county, what we still are owed when it expires. It would be a nice.
Would you like that in a short, succinct workshop?
I'll ask council that. Do you want a little workshop on just that?
I don't know if it needs to be that entailed.
Or Chris,
maybe one-on-one?
Chris is probably prepared to talk to you about that now if you like.
I would be okay.
I think we need a map presentation. Maybe he can do a 2x2.
Okay.
For those who want to do it and just for us to understand it.
We can do that. Chris can speak very briefly to it now with regard to the revenue. This is one of the items I asked him to be sure he knew backwards and forwards, and I think he would be disappointed if we didn't ask him to talk about it now because he's put hours into the preparation. So
it doesn't make a difference to me. I can talk briefly about it, and then we can go into more detail during our 2x2s. That's fine. So I'm not sure who knows all the background, but well, I guess the MCIP goes way back to like 1999, but in 2008, we asked the county to expand town land into the MCIP, which is now the Buckwalter area MCIP. And then in 2013, I believe it was, we entered an agreement that stated that the first $1.3 million of the ad valorem, the fee in lieu of ad valorem tax would go to essentially the town to do infrastructure projects within the MCIP. And then after that $1.3 million threshold was met, then it would go back to the normal distribution of the original agreement. And at that point, projects had to be mutually agreed upon between the county and the town.
Chris, can you do like a little more like that? It's
Sorry.
just hard to hear through the mask.
Yep, and so just where we're at right now, the amount of revenue that the town has earned based on that 2013 agreement arrangement through FY20 is about 1.2 million. So with this current fiscal year, we'll reach that $1.3 million earned revenue. Now I say earned because we have not received those payments of those dollars. We've only received from the county so far $330,000 of that amount. And then to date, we've spent around $400,000. And so a portion of that was on a land purchase agreement back in 13, and then we've spent a couple $100,000 on Buckwalter improvements. So where we're at today is the amount due from the county to date through FY20 is a little over $900,000. We've committed $500,000 to the Culinary Institute. So the net available right now would be a little over $300,000. And then we projected out where we would be by the end of the MCIP, so through FY28. So the remaining funds that would be earned by FY28 based on the current tax base would be around $1.1 million.
1.1
Yeah.
additional?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, in total. It includes what we have earned to date, the balance of the earned to date amount, plus the amount we expect to earn over the next several fiscal years. So about $1.1 million that we'd be able to spend of MCIP revenue by the end of the agreement.
What happens after 2028 if we don't renew this? Taxes just come to us in a normal way?
Well, yeah, as of right now, yeah.
What happens to all the stuff before that? What happens to the money collected before 2028 if we don't ask for an increase?
So anything we earned as part of this agreement from before FY28 would be subject to the agreement between the county and us. So, you know, up to the 1.3 million, we can direct how we use that, and then anything after that would be the mutually agreed upon between the county and us.
Gotcha.
And trying to answer your question, so the counties and the partners, they've agreed to the first 1.3 use. Anything after that, which arguably is about $1 million coming our way, if those monies aren't agreed to and pledged at Buckwalter Place at the expiry of the agreement, as those funds pool, they'll be released and distributed according to the percentage agreement. So we get our portion, AKA the $1 million, and it would be put into the general fund, probably fund balance, directly.
Gotcha. So why haven't, so they voted on 1.3, we've only received 300. Do we bill them? How do we get the rest of the 9 that we got in 2014?
Yes, there's really some private conversations that need to have with new Beaufort County administration. Some of the unknown on Beaufort County's end was that the agreement that was made between Beaufort County and Bluffton Public Development Corporation. Remember? And so when Bluffton Public Development Corporation merged with Don Ryan Center, the merger included any assigns, it included board members, it included charter, it included the same business model. But I think that some conversation in Beaufort County was, well, the agreement we made on the 1.3 was with Bluffton Public Development Corp., not the town of Bluffton, not the Don Ryan Center. So that's just full disclosure. I do know that I've had some recent conversations with your interim administrator. Chris has been in communication. I've forwarded the information to Terry. Scott's aware of it. And I think we just need to resolve the name issue and the corporate structure issue.
Can I, a question on that? So when did we get the 300,000? Pre all of this change in corporate structure or post? Because if they gave us 300,000 post, then they must have.
Those are the conversations.
Okay.
That amount we received in the first 4 years of the agreement, so 13, 14, 15,
okay.
16.
So right in there all the time.
Well, the name is semantics, isn't it? I mean, we own the Economic Development Corp. and we own Don Ryan Center.
Yes. Yeah, we legalized all that when we merged. I remember going through that.
The other question is where does the 500,000 come from that we obligated ourselves to TCL? Does that come through the county, writes the check back to TCL? How does that work?
So
There you go.
the
Expert.
the county, or the way their agreement is written is the county acts as the fiduciary, so they actually make the transfer to them and deduct it out of what they owe us for the NCIP.
Say that again.
Yeah, it's hard to hear there.
The county acts as the fiduciary for this agreement, so they will actually do the transfer to the school for the Culinary Art Institute, and they deduct that from what's owed to the town.
So it's part of our 1.3, but it doesn't go from them to us to this TCL.
Right.
It goes from them to TCL with a little debit
Right.
of 500.
Exactly.
So that would leave us 300,000 in the original 1.3.
But with our improvements that we're gonna do, for the next big project out there, then that's gonna pretty much wipe all of that out, right, with the parking lot and
Yes.
pad.
That would be the goal. That would be the goal of that. Utilization of the dollars that have been derived at Buckwalter Place for Buckwalter Place.
They have to stay there anyway. We couldn't use that in the general fund or anything else, so.
Right.
So it's better to use it.
Yeah, before extending it or something, we need to. What happens, Mark, or just off the cuff? So after 2028, when our agreement is done, those monies can come to us and we can use them for anything we want to, just like regular taxes.
Yes, sir.
If we do another agreement, to purchase more land out there or whatever, then we're in for another long-term that would we have to develop another whole agreement? If the property is at a different spot from, not contiguous with Buckwalter Place?
I'm not 100% familiar with the agreement's ability to extend or revise, but if there's nothing in there preventing it, a simple amendment to the MCIP that would allow an extension of the agreement would make a lot of sense, especially if there's some opportunity still at Buckwalter Place, right? Keep fishing in the same fishing hole rather than go find a new one. Just might take you a little more time to get there.
Well, like he was just saying, I was thinking the same, is if you have another 8 years to go as it sits today, and you're talking about a 1 million or 1.3 million accumulation and addition, then that goes back to what we were saying, Mayor, about potential land acquisition, maybe right there in that area or something, to have another product availability to us for economic development.
Right.
Okay.
Well, right now, you've got 2 town-owned pad sites, and you've got 2 pad sites that are not owned by the town, but still available for development and commerce. And so there's still a lot of opportunity left at Buckwalter Place.
Where are the other two?
The other 2 are over, the big empty lot across from, what's the sub sandwich shop? Subway. Across from
Where
Subway,
Publix.
where the
Publix is-
cars park in the field out there.
Right.
In that area. Those are the
You
pads.
got huge pads. You got that one. So if you're leaving Publix and you're headed straight to Station 300, you have the right side, which is huge.
Right.
Then you have the left side next to Subway. And I think with Edie, I think that should be a partnership ASAP, because does it need more
Right.
retail, or should we be pushing for other EDC commerce projects?
Right.
Bingo.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should look at that overall. Like, there are places that we've talked about, even in Old Town, that are for sale signs have been up forever. Why aren't we helping them
Right.
figure out help get an EDC or Don Ryan to come in and try to fill up or buy or do something to some of these buildings?
Well, EDC, the Beaufort County EDC is a good partner, and they're well aware of all 4 pad sites that exist at Buckwalter Place. And as you know, from the Project Mercury prospect that we have now, they're really pursuing being able to fill those pads and bring the right type of business to Beaufort County and to the town of Bluffton. So.
We have some really good things going up right now. I drove down Bluffton Parkway last week, and took a shortcut because I had to go by the cancer stuff, so I took a shortcut. That whole front building right next to the cancer thrift are those same buildings that are at Red Cedar, which are great businesses that have warehouse with front door, like boutique front, but
Right.
a warehouse. That whole strip is nothing but that. By the axe throwing place. Did y'all know he had an axe throwing? Yeah. Right in there. I mean, it's just ripe to fill up with the right kind of businesses. Anyway, I got off of Buckwalter.
Do you
I'm
guys
sorry.
have any other questions for Chris about the financial mechanisms of Buckwalter Place? Okay. Well, that takes us back to general budget discussions and any particular policies or any particular programs or any particular direction you have in mind to provide Chris and myself while we're in the early stages would be helpful.
Yeah. I don't know that are you talking about like increase, decrease in millage, salary increases?
I didn't want to say those words,
No, you
Mayor,
can,
but-
may as well.
but-
I don't
but
think
yes.
we need, I think we got to look at what's come in. It didn't sound like it was dire. I don't think I would push to be increasing millage.
Right.
I'd love to see a decrease, but I don't know how you, how
I
that.
don't anticipate a request to increase millage. I really don't. I anticipate trying to restore some of the things that we normally had in the budget that we didn't have this year, particularly with regard to how we take care of our employees and the citizens. So I think those items will be back in the budget again. I can't see asking for an increase to millage, not at this point anyway.
Well, I mean, I still want to take a hard look at fund balance. I bring it up every opportunity I get, and it's gotten rather large, and what are we going to do with it? You know, we have a large one, how large is too large? And so
Right.
let's figure out how to utilize some of the overage
Right.
to what we're trying to do.
Well, and that would get to adoption of whatever fund balance policies you think would be most healthy going forward. And Chris and I will work with you in the 2x2s as we go forward and putting the budget together and gather your input along the way as well anytime you.
I want to be, I'm not on that page because I went to Emmitsburg, Maryland when we did the hurricane
preparedness.
thing, and that big portion of it was on how towns need to be ready for disasters. And I think the numbers y'all used, whoever did that presentation, about 3 or 4 months, they clearly said 6 to 8 months of fund balance. And we are in that area of disaster. And I just think we got to keep an eye on it. I'm fine using a little, I just don't want to whittle it away and all of a sudden our bond rating's affected, a hurricane hits us and we don't have it.
Right.
I mean, it's just because we live where we live, we're going to be different than Greenville. So I'm curious with Dan what he wants, but I also want to be a little more conservative on this.
Well, I respect that, but
Yeah.
again, we have our 15% emergency, then we have the additional 25 that could be used with that, which is 40%. And we're in the high 70 percentile now, and even we asked the question of Chris before, most places run 20 to 40%. We're in the 70s, and it's continuing to grow. And we've done that even in an economic downturn.
Yeah.
So again, I guess the key is where's that balance, Mayor? It's just, where's that line where you say some of it should be put back to use or returned back to the citizens? I don't know what that number is, but we need to determine that.
And just to add to that conversation, at council next week, we just discussed this in depth. This is one of my workshop items, is over on the revenues and the fund balance policy. So I'll give you some information on best practices. I'll present the risk assessment that I went through that was recommended by GFOA, and I'll get your feedback on what direction you think we should go.
But I want a bond rating.
Yep.
And living on a coastal area.
All that's a part of that risk
Yeah,
assessment.
those are very
Yep.
important to me.
Yep.
Anyway, okay. Anything else, guys, on what we need to not throw at Scott at the last minute when he and Chris are going to do 2x2s in the coming months? That you'd like to, that you just want to give them a heads up on? So we've heard fund balance, just talking about that. Don't push to increase millage. Do you want him to try to decrease the millage? I know that's what he's trying to get from us.
I think even though we fared a little better the way it's looking than we anticipated, going into it, that we still have to err a little bit on the side of caution because we still don't know where we are. You know, I mean, it's, we didn't know back then, and we still don't know, you know, with this COVID and the economy and the, you know, fortunately, the construction world has been going strong. One of the few that I could think of. So I would just say, give some options, you know. So got to have this, but want this, and
Sure.
you know, kind of go from there, and we'll try to, you know, not saying cut anybody's pay or anything, and possibly raise a little bit, but I wouldn't be reaching for the moon in these times. You know, my personal feelings.
I'm sure with our growth, you'll get our census numbers before our budget, so we'll see if we need more police officers, or if Bridget's suggestion of that's gonna have to be an additional staff. I hope we search very hard and look for a true preservationist. I think that got put on hold because of the world we were in, but I really feel strongly, and I think have a lot of people yelling in my ear about that.
Right.
You know, just hear us today that with requests that's going to come, your budget will be affected.
Right. The census numbers will probably be in around the beginning of April. That's when they are due to be released at the state level for redistricting purposes. And that's usually when the local census numbers are in as well. So we'll have a better idea by then. But looking at the budget calendar, if there are no other conversations about the budget policies you'd like to have. Okay. Looking at the budget calendar, of course, it's in the last tab in your binder, tab 8. If you want to follow along, you don't have to, but so where we are now is the planning workshop, to be sure we don't forget any of your priorities in your strategic plan as we move forward and putting a draft budget together. Early February, we'll begin the budget discussions with town council members, the 2x2s that we normally have that you're accustomed to. March 9th is when we will get a prioritization list presented at your town council meeting that comes out of your planning commission for your capital projects. March 8th through the 19th, we will continue to have individual budget meetings with council members when we have a clearer picture. We are going to try something a little different this year, and it might be a little ambitious, but we would like to try to have first reading of the budget in April if we can, which gives us more time to make any adjustments that may need to be made before final reading in June. So we're shooting for April for first reading. Along with that, if we have any changes to the action agenda, and from the sounds of things today in the discussion that took place, I do not believe we'll have any changes to your action agenda, so we may not need to bring that to you. And then April 13th also is when we'll bring the assessment roll for tax year 2021 resolution to council. We'll have a budget workshop sometime between first and second reading, where we'll also be sure we have all of our external partners who come to us with requests every year. We'll have those captured and we'll have those integrated into the budget. And then June 8th, we will have the proposed budget ready for final reading and approval. So that's the calendar as we have it laid out. Are there any concerns with that schedule?
Great.
Okay.
Any thoughts?
Well, Scott, you're starting early, but every time I listen today, it seems like everybody's so busy. How you can start early when everybody's so wound up trying to catch up?
Is there a question in there, Calvin?
Yeah.
There's a question. I heard the question mark.
So it sounds like you're being pretty aggressive.
Well, perhaps. So that's why I come to you with this schedule in this format. So if we need to make any adjustments, we can do it.
Are there reasons to be a little earlier? I mean, that you have seen over the years? Have you noticed you wish you had a little more time post second reading, or?
Well, I do recall about 3 years ago, I think. It was between first reading and second reading when council decided they wanted to reduce millage. And when council decided they wanted to reduce millage. So if we have a budget ready for presentation by April, I think that would be healthier in terms of any adjustments we needed to make between first reading and second reading. If it looks like we're too ambitious on this, we can do it the traditional route. We can bring first reading in May.
Well,
But we'll know better as we progress and have the 2x2s with council.
But 2 years ago, we started this, because I know it really threw Mark for a loop when we said it. I think we need, I've heard Larry, we don't know the future. I've heard Dan talking about, you know, some extra money. You're thinking we might be going too fast. I think if we are asking you to lower something, it should be today. And
That would be my hope.
And
but-
remind us of this in May, that we didn't bring it up in the strategic plan in the most
Right.
polite of ways. And you're not shocked
Right.
shocked by it.
Yeah. I mean, we can easily adjust this calendar to do it in the way that you're accustomed to do it. That's first reading in May, second reading in June. So
If
either way.
they're fine, I'm fine.
So.
I put off for tomorrow what you can get done today.
You can get it done and it's, you've already got your departments understanding it, then go for it.
This is consistent with the schedule that we provided to them that of course has a lot more detail in it to lead us to this point. So, but if we get to the point where it looks like in the 2x2s and working with departments that we can't make an April 1st reading, then we will surely let you know as soon as possible and we can adjust that to May.
Okay. What do y'all think? Fred made his thoughts?
If staff can do it, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let Fred go last.
He's trying to prepare for me.
Fred just wants Fred to get his
I know
2x2.
what Scott doing. Scott trying to prepare for me. He think I'm gonna say, cut the budget.
Well, just think you have more time to tell him that.
Yeah.
Whoever did this, it is absolutely amazing. Would I say Kim put this together?
That was
Or
Lindsay.
Scott?
That was Lindsay.
Lindsay? Kim, you're teaching Lindsay well. This is wonderful.
So-
Is this on website for people to download?
Yes, the strategic plan is on the website right now, and what we have just recently published, and I say recent, I mean late last week, our annual report for 2020, which is now an annual report for the calendar year 2020, January through December. And I'm remiss because I did not bring multiple copies of this, but we will get these to you, and we will have them available for distribution, and we will put them on our website as well.
Good.
So. Again, it gives you a little more detail than what I provided this morning when I opened up, but it gives you a sense of the operational tempo we have in the town and the great things we're doing. So.
Okay.
That's it.
Anything else, guys?
One last thing. I had read an article in the paper a couple of weeks ago. It was about a grant from the federal government to the state of South Carolina. I think it was for $25 million, if I read it correctly. And it had to do with those individuals who were suffering with their housing payments, rent payments, et cetera, and, housing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought it might be diligent of staff, if staff looked into that, became a little bit familiar with it. So if we find an opportunity, if somebody calls or somebody's desperate or needs help, and we can point them in the right direction, not to implement the program, but to be knowledgeable
Right,
about
to know
it.
about it.
Well,
Yeah.
it should go, affordable housing should hear about it, and Don Ryan's portion of the
100%.
the business housing, whatever that little program is, should also have that. That's awesome. I sent Scott email on money that went through the state CDBG on a lot of these trails and parks in Beaufort and Port Royal. 4 of the 12 were from Beaufort County. And I just forwarded to Scott. So I would say whatever you find, get to him and let him disseminate it to all of us. That's great. I didn't see that article. I'd love to read it.
Is that article for municipalities to distribute the money, or is this for nonprofits? in general?
I don't know, it was in the packet, like I said, about 2 weeks ago.
I read it and I'm trying to remember.
And I think it's directed, I don't know whether the state's gonna direct money to the municipalities. It may be that's the case. I'm not sure, Fred. That's why I say I think
I'll look.
we need staff to look into it, just see what opportunities there are there that we can help our citizens.
It would be great to know what all of us are sending you like that, because whenever I see something come to me, I usually just I'll forward it to Mark, but I don't think about including all of council. So maybe you could figure out what to get to us?
Absolutely. My standard will be, when I email one of you, I email all of you.
Okay.
So you all have the same information. That's how I like to operate going forward. So you need to know, though, that Chris and his staff will, as well as capital project staff, will scour all four corners looking for grant money.
Okay.
I think we all like to spend other people's money when it comes to projects. And I say that offhandedly, but there are a lot of opportunities for partnerships with our projects, and we've had a good run with that with the county and with other strategic partners, and we will continue that. We've got some projects that definitely fall into that category. We've had great success with the Beaufort County Rural and Critical Lands Board, and we'll continue to approach them with projects that are worthwhile to do that with, and staff will chase grants at every opportunity to fund these projects.
Just one update on the COVID side. Stephen Murray, which is our new Mayor Murray, I'm so used to thinking about Sam Murray when I say Mayor Murray, called the mayors to talk about doing a letter from all of our towns, kind of like how Soloco, represents, to go to DHEC just to tell them the frustration we're seeing on somewhere between vaccine and getting appointments. Something's fallen through the cracks. And I'm here, I bet I've a dozen people just driving through town this weekend. One spouse was able to get an appointment, and the other one never heard back, tried, had a totally different situation happen 5 minutes after a spouse set up an appointment. And he's written a letter for all of us to look at. I'll forward it to you. The county wants to sign it, but all of a sudden we're having to study, and Stephen's like, this is ridiculous. This could be months before we get the letter. So he wants to really get the towns to send the letter, and if we send another one with the county, whatever, I think multiple letters could help, just to let them know we need help. We have a large percentage countywide, one of the higher percentages of 70 and older than you do all over the state. I think it was like 22% or some number in just our county, which is more than a lot of other areas. And just get them to us, get whatever the process is to make it where these people can get their vaccine, so eventually maybe we all can get one day. So just know that. I'll send it to you when he called me late last night.
Every effort is important, but locally we don't have that control. That's the governors have to have that control to request more vaccine and to have better planning to distribute it when we do get it. I've been following this thing religiously, and every state is having the same issue.
Florida isn't, and West Virginia is vaccinated. 70% of their people. Some states are having a very easy time. But I agree with you, but I don't think it hurts us to let them know that we still exist down here.
Every avenue, everything we do helps get the message across. But I think about sending that same letter to the governor.
Yes.
Well, I agree, and I know that Senator Davis is really working that hard with the governor also. Is he?
I don't know how everybody in the world, everybody in America could go and vote in one day. Take just as long to vote as it does to get a shot. And then it's gonna take a year to get save people a shot.
But Bridget just asked, wasn't the governor here, and he was. But I talked to Stephen. Beaufort Memorial wasn't part of the the stop.
And
And
it
Beaufort,
makes sense to bring all stakeholders, like the
at least in the
neighboring mayors
county.
and stuff, yeah.
And Beaufort Memorial said they got a call from MUSC. MUSC had an overrun of about 1,050 shots. And they said, let's do a pilot. Let's see how many we can handle in a day. And they set up an in and out at Beaufort High School and
I
went
saw
through
that.
them really quick. But they realized from that experiment, they could, if there were ever overruns, they could utilize at least 2,000 without over just a lot of issues. So they know now they could do 2,000 shots if that number ever came back to them. But these, so I had a couple lives in my neighborhood, and they're like, and they said, you know, the process is so confusing because, you know, people are pretty okay in IT world, but you're getting to the age that needs it, and not everyone understands when you go to the hospital site, then it takes you to the CDC site, then it takes you to this thing called VAMS, which is the federal site, and they just get lost with it. 3 people in my neighborhood are like, this is so confusing. So you almost need someone, a triage somehow, to help this age group, a percentage of it, to understand even, you know, are they doing it right?
Right. And some of them don't use email, so they don't have a way to get their verification back for their appointments. So
Right.
it's,
And then you have the rural part of South Carolina, a lot of them don't even have email.
right.
So it's just tough because the younger people can't get it until everyone else gets it, and watch us all get it. Anything else from anybody? It's a pleasure to see you. You know, Scott, I will say we did try to say we were going to meet in January, and of course numbers went up.
Right.
I've heard Bridget say we need kind of a protocol. What are the steps that get us to where we can have the option?
Well,
When I get vaccinated.
Yeah.
Other
Well,
than
you go
that-
get your vaccine. I'm going
when
to
I
take you get your
other than that,
vaccine.
I'll stay away from me.
We are on our way. We have ordered plexiglass partitions for installation on the dais desk where council sits. That won't get us everywhere we need to be with regard to this, but we have a very large room to meet in. We can remove the chairs. We can put back in chairs in certain spots to be sure anyone who is there is socially distanced. We can limit the people who actually come to council physically to those that absolutely have to be there. We can designate a certain number of chairs for public only if we want to allow public in, or we can do a meeting like we're doing here. There are a lot of options that we can pursue, and we can start looking into ways that we can at least all be in the same room, even if we are 8 feet apart. I believe there's some value in that with regard to discussions and decision-making and those types of things versus looking at someone in a 2-inch square on your screen. So we are taking steps on the staff side to put as many safeguards as possible in place so that we can facilitate the return of council to physical presence meetings if they so desire.
And I did hear Fred, he was talking about get the vaccine. What's the criteria? Like, I love you're getting it ready, but when do you bring it to council to say, okay, we are under a certain percent, or a certain percentage has had vaccines, or the county is now, I mean, what's the list of criteria that you can let us look at so it's not one person that never wants to meet and one person who's dying?
Right.
I mean, what is it that makes us feel, okay, we're kind of following the protocol?
Right. Well, there are a lot of data points you could look at. There's no doubt about it.
Can you send us some?
I can. You get the COVID update every council meeting now with regard to the case incidence rate and the number of positives in the 29909 and 29910 zip codes. We'll continue to provide that information to you. But it will be a matter of what your comfort level is as a body to come together to meet. There is no specific criteria or threshold for recommending that it's okay to come back and sit in the same room. That doesn't exist anywhere. So it will be dependent upon your comfort level. But we will do everything we can on the staff side to put as many safeguards in place as possible should you want to come back and meet in the same room.
Anything else?
Zoom still works fine for me. You can see my face, you can hear me clearly, you don't have to talk through the mask. Zoom still works fine for me.
Well,
We'll be seeing you on Zoom then, Fred, until you're 65.
And I
Because
will
we're not
remind-
doing this for 4 more years.
But I will remind council that you did adopt an ordinance where we can have electronic meetings, we can have physical meetings, we can have a combination of electronic and physical meetings. If we have 4 council members who want to meet in person and 1 who's not comfortable meeting in person, we can dial that person in electronically, and it's perfectly fine in accordance with your town code, so.
Would you consider that for committees too? I mean, if 4 and 3 or whatever?
Yes. I would imagine that council would be the model for the other bodies to follow.
I think we ought to meet outside, wait for a good day and just meet outside. Stay 6 feet apart and take your mask off and you'll be just fine.
Yeah, just like inside the day. If you have to eat, take the mask down. Drink, take the mask down. I'm not comfortable with that.
You're not comfortable taking your mask down?
I thought you meant you weren't comfortable eating or drinking.
I was about to say, you ate though,
Yeah,
but your
but-
tummy's full, you had to eat. Well, as you see, it's a different, well, that's the best thing about us, we all have different viewpoints.
All right.
But let's think creatively, and, I mean, maybe I'm the only one that wants to get
And
to
do,
that.
do the hybrid alternative for everyone's comfortability level. You know, schools have been able to adapt to that too. If a teacher doesn't want to come in, you know, no one should be subjected to that because everyone's comfort level is for their individual safety, and that should be respected. But if those want to meet in person, let's see what that balance looks like. How would that setup be? So take that polling and go from there.
The problem I have with y'all balancing things is that you're sending the wrong message to the other people, telling them it's okay to do this kind of stuff. You got to be leaders for all, not just your own personal view.
Well, we were able to do it today, because I'm sure that's gonna be a discussion too. How can we have in-person engagements like this, or we've gone to allow in-person dining and other things, but just us. I don't think it should be open to the public and even limited to staff who doesn't need to be there. But if we can put safeguards in place, because the reality is we're gonna be in COVID for quite some time, and
So what are we doing wrong right now? What are we doing wrong that we can't, we be meeting?
You talking about right here today?
No, I'm talking about what we're doing, for the last year, we've been meeting on Zoom. Did we lose anything? Did we leave anything undone?
I think you do lose something, but again, I'm in no hurry. I think these numbers, we have to watch them through January, through February. I think when March and April roll around, you know, the vaccine's being ramped up. We'll know a whole lot more in March and April when to make this type decision, but I do think we lose a lot. I don't think that the brainstorming is as good. The ideas are pitched out. I think that people are frozen in Zoom. They don't always want to speak up and talk over each other, and there's just a lot lost. You can't see the emotions. I feel like I lose a lot from that process myself. That's just me, but there's no substitute for people.
And I do agree. I mean, I saw a group of 4 or 5 over here, and there is a group of some council that are 2 feet apart right there. But if at council, we don't eat and drink. And I think I do the same thing, Fred. I don't want anyone to question why someone doesn't show up or why someone does show up, because we have to have our personal health at the forefront. But I love this. I'll be honest with you, just an example. I mean, Dan and I kind of aren't on the same page on this reserve. I would have just blanked it out and not listened to him. But then here, I had to look at you and I listened, and I'm understanding. I do the same. I personally like this, and I
like
think
it
we
a lot
move
better
things more
than Zoom.
expedient.
I do kind of agree with Fred too. We got to practice what we preach if we're trying to get everybody to do all this safe distancing and all the employees and everybody in the town. Then we kind of have to practice it too. You know, I mean, now if things start going down, and you know we see the light at the end of the tunnel or something like that, I'd much rather be this way with no mask and closer.
But we just did it today. I just want y'all to be aware, we just did it today and we're a little nervous. I mean, you didn't see me around the table when people were sitting there, so I'm still not gonna be around them.
I'm ready
But
to
we
get out of here.
we did do it. Let's just follow what others are doing. March, I'm fine, next month, let's just start following it. I'll tell you, the town of Hilton had just passed their mask ordinance only for 30 days. We have that coming up on February's agenda. And, well, wait a minute, it ended March 31st, so what would that have put it? February, so
60
they did do
days.
60 days.
60 days.
So they did do 60 days, so that'll fall with us in February. We're monitoring other towns on that as well. So, just a thought, I just like talking to y'all about it. Okay, do we adjourn? Terry, thank you. We got no legal advice today. Do you have anything you want to give us?
Stay safe, stay well.
Good.
Wear your
Help each
mask.
other, help yourself, help each other.
Thank y'all for
And this is our
coming
last shot with Mark, too.
very
right?
much. Mark, it's been a pleasure.
I'm gonna move to Hilton.
It's been a pleasure, and we're not going to not see you. I know that, so because we have better parks, so I know you'll be back over here with your kids.
I just want to say thank you to all of you. Very emotional moment, but thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Sarah, a motion to adjourn.
Hit your guy.
We're adjourned. Thank you. Oh, Fred was going to hit me over the